Morning, Commissioner Kushney. I see your video is working. Can I get a mic check?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Morning, Commissioner Osterkamp. Can I get a mic and camera check?
Yep, good morning. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McAdam, could I also get a mic and camera check, please?
Hi, does that work?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. I'd like to reconvene the meeting from last week. I would ask for a roll call for quorum.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian?
Here.
Commissioner Apana?
Here.
Commissioner Kushney?
Here.
Commissioner Cam?
Here, also, can I say that I will have to leave at 12:40, so hope to be excused at that time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McAdam?
Yeah.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu? Excused. Commissioner Sabas, excused. Chair Curtis.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We left off with item 5. We had already received testimony on communication and correspondence. This is Ralph's October 20th, 25 letter and additions. Ralph, would you like to comment?
Chair, yes. So my statement regarding the chair's improper actions on October 29th. During the October 29th meeting,
This is your October 20th letter.
Chair Curtis acted outside his legal authority when he muted my microphone and removed me from participation.
That's not on the agenda, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about item 5, and it's your letter of October 20th. Would you like to discuss your letter of October 20th?
Chair, I have a point of order.
What's your point? What rule am I not following?
Robert's Rules of Order 62-6. And when you remove me from the last meeting, any member may appeal a decision of the chair. And once seconded, the chair must state the question and allow debate and a vote. By muting me and refusing to recognize the appeal, the chair violated established parliamentary law and denied the commission.
You're
its
off
right to
topic.
decide.
That's not the agenda item that we're talking about. We're
This is a
talking about
point of-
October 20th. You're overruled.
This is a point of order, Chair.
I know.
I'm
and you're
explaining the
overruled.
Robert's Rules of Order that you violated.
It's not Robert's Rules of Order that I applied. It was sunshine law. I can eject any member of the meeting that's obstructing the agenda. That's what happened. Right now, we're on item 5 from the last agenda, and it's your October 20th letter. Would you like to talk about your October 20th letter or not?
I would, Chair, but I'd like to finish my point of order and
So
read the
your
rule.
point of order has been overruled. It's
Well,
not Robert's Rules of Order that was applied. It's
I
a
applied-
sunshine law that I applied in ejecting you from the meeting. Now, we're on
I
item
do
5, October 20th. Your point of order has been overruled. We're on
The point of
item
order
5 of October 20th.
is appealable, and I appealed the
It's
ruling.
not appealable. The chair rules.
Somebody
on
else
piece of
say
order.
second, and we take it to
I'll
vote.
This
second
is-
the
this
appeal
is
because
October
it is
20th.
a clear point of order that he's trying to make, Chair.
I know.
He should
And
be
the
able
point of
to
order is to be ruled
state
by
it
the chair.
completely.
The chair overruled it. That's not appealable. If you want to talk about your October 20th letter, fine. If not, you may be ejected again for obstructing the agenda. We're on item 5, October 20th letter. Please expound on your October 20th letter.
Chair, we need to start at item 4 because we got a letter back from the Big Island, and that's where we should appropriately start. A letter was sent to the commissioners.
We're talking about item 5, and that's where we're starting the recontinued meeting. It's October 20th letter. Do you want to talk about it or not?
Yes,
Your
I do,
choice.
Chair. I do, Chair.
Okay,
You're
please.
obviously violating all the rules of a board meeting. So give me a second because we should be starting at 4. The County of Hawaii sent us a letter.
Your
Yeah.
October 20th letter or nothing. Your choice.
So yes, give me a second.
We can come back after Mr. Osterkamp's report on his pig if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. Let him go ahead.
Okay, we'll come back to item 5. We're on item 6. Mr. Osterkamp, would you share your report with us, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I assume that everybody has received it, but I will take us through it in the event that others have not read it. So our permitted interaction group was asked by the commission.
Hi, sorry, Chair. For the record, Commissioner Papalimu has joined the meeting.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
To report and look into any complaints of discrepancies in the Big Island general election of 2024. And it quickly became apparent that there was only one item that had been the subject of a complaint. That was what Commissioner Cushney had raised personally through his own efforts, claiming that there was a purported discrepancy of more than 19,000 votes between two different means of calculating ballots received by Hawaii County. And what the majority of the permitted interaction group found was a complete lack of credible evidence to support any claim of a significant ballot discrepancy. Now, the claim depends on a comparison between state certified vote totals and the postal receipts for the ballot envelopes. That claim is unfounded, though, because the county does not have and never has claimed to have complete records of the postal receipts. And neither the state nor the county has ever purported to rely on those postal receipts to validate vote counts. So they can't reasonably be expected to have compiled that information, and they didn't attempt to. But instead, the state and the counties rely on their own tabulations of return identification envelopes. The Big Island's envelope tally does, in fact, closely match its ballot count. We also reject any contention that the county is obligated to produce its confidential voter files in order to rebut an erroneous analysis. We've witnessed an unfortunate presumption in some quarters that any allegation of electoral wrongdoing is accurate unless disproven. And as these allegations lack any apparent basis, we don't believe that the county is required to take additional steps. But to go a little bit more into the specifics here, the state, in this case, reported having received 76,595 mail-in ballots, and it included that number in its certified totals of the 2024 general election. The Big Island's count of return identification envelopes was 76,587. That's a difference of just 8 ballots. But Commissioner Cushney represented that receipts of the USPS business reply Big Island mail-in envelopes totaled just 57,553. So he, Commissioner
Point
Cushney,
of order, Chair.
moved to form a permitted interaction group to investigate
Excuse me,
elections
Jeffrey,
results
what
discrepancies.
rule am I not following now, Ralph?
The commissioner is addressing me personally on this report.
Okay, I'll overrule that. Please continue, Jeffrey.
Okay, so Commissioner Cushney, back in March of 2025, moved to perform, or
Point of order, Chair.
form.
I'm supposed to address the chair.
It's been overruled. It's evidence, it's fact.
No,
invest-
that's not true.
Mr. Osterkamp.
He needs to address the chair. It's becoming
Yes.
personal, and this is a report from a pig that I sit on.
Thank you, Ms.
Apparently.
Papadomo. You resigned from that pig, I believe.
No, I
Jeffrey,
didn't
you
resign
have
from
the
the
floor.
pig. I withdrew my name from the report. That's very
Thank you.
different.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Please continue.
Okay, so back in March of 2025, during one of our meetings, Commissioner Cushney moved to form a pig to investigate elections results discrepancies on the Big Island. We are and were unaware of any purported Big Island elections results discrepancies other than Commissioner Cushney's claim. Nevertheless, in a July 11th letter from our chair to Mr. Henricks, who is the Hawaii County Clerk, we asked, among other things, for any complaints received by your office concerning purported Hawaii Island election ballot reporting inconsistencies, including with respect to a claimed 19,000 vote surplus. Mr. Henricks responded on August 1st by identifying no complaints at all. But in the interest of transparency, he did attach some email messages from individuals who were interested in what they thought was a 19,000 ballot discrepancy.
Sorry to interrupt. John, the Commissioner Sebast has joined the meeting, Chair Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Sabas.
Okay, thank you.
This is what Mr. Henricks said. Our office was aware that concerns of discrepancies arose from an erroneous analysis utilizing business reply mail statements to determine the amount of ballot packet envelopes received by the County of Hawaii via USPS. The county does not use BRM statements to reconcile ballot envelope counts. The process used to reconcile relies solely on cross-checks with the voter registration system and the ballot counting system. Nevertheless, on August 31st, Commissioner Cushney repeated his claim in an email to the Office of Elections. We attached that email and the other documents that I'm referencing in our report. Commissioner Cushney himself attached several other documents, including apparent printouts of the daily USPS records of Big Island BRM envelopes and a spreadsheet that purports to tabulate the ballots received by the Big Island per day, both by Dropbox location and by mail. We attached that as well to our report. We analyzed this. Following a review of the records and a discussion with Mr. Henricks, this PIG has determined that no credible evidence exists to support the claim of a significant discrepancy in the Big Island general election totals. The USPS receipt totals plainly are incomplete. Further, as Mr. Henricks confirmed, the county has never relied on BRM receipts for its ballot count, so did not attempt to fully compile them. The BRM receipt tabulations provided to the county therefore are not, and were never intended to be, an accurate characterization of the county's mail-in votes. The Big Island, like other counties, tabulates ballots by entering the information into the statewide voter registration system. You'll hear the acronym SVRS to represent that. That's a database that tracks registration and voting. Through the SVRS, the number of return envelopes can be compared to the number of voted ballots. Mr. Nago confirmed this. He said, the counties receive, validate, and track return identification envelopes from voters using the SVRS. From there, the validated return identification envelopes are transferred to the state-operated counting center to open, process, and count. As voted ballots are processed at the counting center, our office compares the number of return envelopes accounted for in the SVRS to the number of voted ballots counted by the voting system. In addition, the SVRS tracks the issuance of ballots for both mail and in-person voting. In terms of mail voting, the return identification envelope includes a barcode with a unique identifier associated with each voter. Return identification envelopes are scanned by the county clerks as part of the validation process, and this SVRS is updated to reflect the receipt of the return identification envelopes. The system can also track other situations. For example, it can track if a previously validly issued ballot needs to be invalidated, such as when a voter changes address and requires a new ballot associated with the contest in their new community to be issued to them, and the previously issued ballot to be invalidated. So, this is all, again, from Mr. Nago. His explanation indicates that the state already compiles totals of the ballot envelopes as a safeguard. Commissioner Cushney had access to those totals. Nevertheless, he sought out a separate source for tabulating ballot envelopes. However, the BRM receipt totals presented by Commissioner Cushney are substantially incomplete, so do not allow for a valid comparison. And to emphasize, these are totals that Commissioner Cushney obtained. He presented them, and he is complaining that his own totals are incomplete. We included a table of what it is we're talking about. The BRM records that he provided indicate that during the period of early voting, October 17th to November 5th, and when I say early voting, I should have said mail-in voting. And they include two separate tallies, so-called qualified BRM and high volume qualified BRM. Excluding Saturdays and Sundays, the relevant period for receiving the mail-in votes includes 14 days. If you look at the table for qualified BRM and high volume qualified BRM, that's a total of 28 separate subtotals necessary to result in the complete tally. But 10 of those sum totals, excuse me, 10 of the subtotals are simply absent. 10 of 28, because those BRM receipts were not obtained for this particular matter. I don't think anybody realistically believes that, for example, on October 22nd, 2024, there were no qualified BRM envelopes received. And yet there were 3,640 high volume qualified BRM receipts. Or that the previous day, October 21st, 2024, there were 2,208 qualified BRM receipts, but no high volume qualified BRM receipts. It's not that they don't exist, it's that they simply were not provided to Mr. Cushney by the post office. Now, the Hawaii County Clerk, Mr. Hendricks, when interviewed for this report, stated that although the county had received partial BRM totals from the USPS, it had not attempted to compile all of them, and that as a result, the BRM totals did not represent a reliable total for all of the mail-in votes. Again, as he stated in his August 1st response to our records request, quote, "The county does not use BRM statements to reconcile ballot envelope counts. The process used to reconcile relies solely on cross-checks with the voter registration system and the ballot counting system. Moreover, even if the county or the state chose to collect all of the available BRM receipt totals, it's highly questionable as to whether they could actually rely on them." And Mr. Cushney seems to have picked up on this part of the report. We attached a October 10th, 2023 audit report by the Office of Inspector General entitled Business Reply Mail Operations. According to that report, the USPS's BRM records system is not trustworthy. In a section entitled What We Found, the Inspector General cited processing delays, insufficient data, and incomplete closeout procedures, and concluded that the BRM data was also unreliable as daily processed and
Point of order,
unprocessed
Chair.
were not captured in any system.
Point of
Now-
order, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Cushney.
Yes, is he arguing to go back to mail-in in-person voting, or is he talking about his report?
Your point of order is overruled. He's finishing his report.
And this is directly from the report. So the USPS report that we cited does not in any way state that mail-in voting itself is unreliable. It doesn't cast doubt on mail-in voting. What it says is that the USPS is not equipped to provide the data on the BRM receipts. It's a completely different issue. Mr. Cushney has seized on this in order to push the narrative that mail-in voting is somehow improper or unreliable, but that's not what we said, and that's not what this means. Now, it's also important to note that it's simply not credible whatsoever to suggest that only 57,500 mail-in ballots were cast in the Big Island 2024 general election. Together with the more than 7,000 ballots cast in person, that would give us a result of just 64,644. That's less than 48% of the voting population and is far below historic precedent. In presidential elections since 1996, Big Island turnout has averaged 65%, and it's never fallen below 58.4% in that time. The actual 2024 Big Island turnout of 62% aligns both with precedent and the 2024 statewide turnout of 60.7%. So accordingly, our PIG does not believe that common sense warrants accepting incomplete and unreliable USPS data as indicative of a discrepancy in the Big Island voting totals. Finally, we just cannot endorse the idea that the county is required to take further steps to disprove the unfounded allegations discussed above. We're aware of assertions that HAR 3-177-453 requires the county to disclose records beyond the tabulation already provided of ballot envelopes, but that's incorrect. What section 3-177-453 actually provides is that A, the chief election officer or the designated representative of the chief election officer shall maintain a complete count of marked sense ballots. Maintain a complete count. All ballots shall be safeguarded to prevent mishandling or misuse. And B, the clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all marked sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. The accounting of marked sense ballots by the clerk shall be recorded on forms prescribed by the chief elections officer. Nothing in that rule requires counties to produce ballot envelopes to the public. Further, this permitted interaction group rejects the notion that unfounded allegations and an erroneous analysis should force the county to do so. So our conclusion from all this is that while it's appropriate for us to identify problems that need resolution, it's also our responsibility not to unnecessarily feed mistrust in voting or otherwise harm the system we oversee. Elections succeed because the citizenry trusts the process. When we encourage voters to pursue conspiracies or to believe that government workers are hiding ballots or creating new ones, we significantly damage the system on which our democracy depends. This pig does not pretend that any election is perfect, but we can assure the public that at least in the case of these allegations, the claims of a significant voting discrepancy have no apparent basis.
Thank you.
We have, as I stated, unlike Commissioner Cushnie's pig report, we have substantial documentation to back up each of the items in our report. So it's a total of 99 pages, including the attached documents.
Thank you. OIP and Sunshine Law requires us to open this agenda item for public testimony. You'll all get your chance to say, but right now it's the public testimony time. If the secretary could invite the testifiers to 3 minutes, please.
Yes. If you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When your name is called, you will receive a notification requesting you to unmute your microphone. Please promptly accept the request. If you are experiencing technical difficulties and are unable to unmute your microphone, we will move on to the next testifier and return to you at a later time. We ask that you clearly state your first and last name at the start of your testimony so that your name is properly recorded. Lastly, to ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. The first testifier is Public Trust, followed by Austin Martin.
Hello, commissioners. Public
Hello.
Trust is here. Hey, so I gotta understand something. Okay, this whole thing is going down right now. You've been excusing Ralph, and then you let Osterkamp talk all of his findings and stuff like that. The problem we have right now is that's the guy we cannot trust, right? Osterkamp, you can't trust. He's a lawyer, right? He's saying a whole bunch of things, but there's no documentation. I don't believe this guy for 1 second. But I believe Ralph because you know what? My vote should matter. Everybody's vote should matter. Osterkamp don't have credibility on what he's saying now today. Man, the numbers are real. How much receipts we've seen already? So for you to allow Osterkamp to just keep on chatting and putting in all these assumptions, that's hearsay. Hearsay don't stand in court. You guys, everybody's watching, man. Unbelievable, the agenda. How come we cannot hear Ralph speak? Why are we skipping agendas? Why don't we start with number 4? 4 comes before 5 and 6. What's behind? What the truth is behind that? Yeah, but you guys want to put all these lies up front. I'm tired, man. Hey, we got things to do, you know. Can't be stuck in this meeting 1 month for talk about something that happened a year ago. Come on, guys. Let's get it on. Let Ralph speak. Why are we skipping agenda items? Huh? Why are you dismissing what he has to say, Mike? Black's law, all these Robert's rules, that's important to run on board meeting. You cannot dismiss that. People watching, man, I'm telling you, you guys gonna regret. When you guys get courts like Scott Noggle, you guys gonna regret, believe me. Because you see everybody on this Zoom, we're all gonna be there to testify on what you guys doing. Be careful what you guys do, man. Federal laws is important. And the county has jurisdiction over the state. If the state wasn't so badly managed, we wouldn't have this kind of problems. But that's what you get when Democrats form everything like that. Man, let's hear Ralph talk, man. We want to move to Ralph. We're not here to listen to Osterkamp. He does what lawyers do. They lie about everything. Let's go, man.
Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Judith Mills Wong.
Pardon me. I am just getting reoriented here from a interruption. Thank you. Before I get in, I'm sorry, I hope that doesn't count against my time. I wanted to confirm that you guys received my complaint this morning. I escalated a complaint earlier this year about inability to get the voter records. There's other complaints that have been ignored in the past. So if it's possible, Chair, could I get you to confirm that you received my complaint?
This morning?
Yes, sir.
I haven't checked yet.
Would it go to all the commissioners if I send it to the commission email?
When it comes on an agenda, yes. Until then, no.
So if I file a complaint via email to the Elections Commission email address, every commissioner is going to get that, right?
When it comes on the agenda, yes.
That's not answering my question, sir.
Then no, it's not coming right away, and it's not issued to all.
Thanks. I'll make sure you guys get it the proper way then. Good to know that it's not as it seems. Okay, so guys, I'll break this down. I think it was really interesting what we got to witness with the reading of the report. Basically, the idea here is trust us, trust the official numbers, and if you don't, you're a conspiracy theorist. Oh, by the way, you can't audit these numbers, and if you go and try to look at other proxies like how many ballots were mailed by the USPS, we don't use those numbers officially, so we can't consider them. That's the argument. That's what they're saying. They're basically saying, because those numbers didn't come from us, you're a conspiracy theorist for questioning us as a result of hard numbers that aren't ours. It's a ridiculous, absolutely insulting, malicious argument that I believe constitutes a crime. And I think these lawyers don't mind because they think they're smart enough. They think they're smarter than everybody in the room. So they kind of take the approach that, hey, I can, pull this fast one and they're not going to be able to call it. And even if they do see it, most people won't. And the sad part is that might be true. Unfortunately, everybody in this room represents hundreds or thousands of people who are absolutely furious over what's being done to Hawaii. Election fraud is not okay. It's not okay to lie to the people, and it's not okay to sit there and say, no, you can't verify, no, you can't actually audit what we're doing. I was an observer, and I was intimidated and threatened with arrest by Mr. Henricks in 2022. I have not been able to get these guys to cooperate with any of the legal requests or information requests that I need to make in my business of running a political party. I mean, it's a crime. What they're doing is criminal. They buried 2 felonies from 2022 against me personally. And I'm here today and I still can't get my complaint heard. I filed another one this morning, by the way. All you commissioners should definitely request a copy of it from whoever is withholding it from this commission. And if the audience is wondering, yeah, they just lied to us all with that report. And I think the commissioners involved, I think the community needs to take notice of what they're doing, and it needs to be well known.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
And get my complaint to the rest of the commission, Mr. Chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
The next testifier is Judith Mills Wong, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Aloha, Judith Mills Wong speaking for the League of Women Voters. First of all, we'd like to say that we very much appreciate the very thorough, fact-based, and excellent report by this PIG. Most importantly, we appreciate that the report has shown that the count between the state received ballots and the county's count of the ballots was virtually the same. We feel that Hawaii County appropriately used the statewide voter system as a database to track registration and voting and to conduct the reconciliation. The report also documented the reasons why business mail records for Hawaii County or any other county do not represent the reliable vote count. And I think that was made very clear in the presentation, both verbally and written for us. The League has testified already that this commission should withdraw any requests for USPS officials' mail records as related to an audit base. The report has very clearly shown, based on facts, that the count was correct and accurate, and we appreciate the work that went into doing this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mills Wong.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Andrew Ager.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, aloha.
Aloha. I would like to read something pertaining to this report. It's Hawaii Code 3-177-453, Accountability and Security of Ballots. The chief election officer or designated representative shall maintain a complete count of marked sense ballots. All ballots shall be safeguarded to prevent mishandling or misuse. The clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all marked sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. The accounting of marked sense ballots by the clerk shall be recorded on forms prescribed by the chief election officer. So I know that the chief election officer has argued that this time they are using the voter rolls as the sort of the list to determine who voted and so on, and those counts of ballots. However, I would like to understand in Chapter 91, where the administrative rules procedures, it's necessary for public discourse and to notify the public of any change of rules. And I don't think that happened. And it certainly didn't seem like it happened, since there was a letter on March 17th that the chief election officer said, well, none of the counties have these documents, or at least not all of the counties have these documents. So wouldn't that rule pertain to all 4 counties? So this PIG report read by the very insufferable Mr. Osterkamp doesn't jive. There's no way that if you're handling all the ballots and what ballots are coming in, that you wouldn't have an accurate count from where they're coming from. You'd have to have a chain of custody for what is being sent out and what is being returned. So that information is out there somewhere. To claim that information doesn't exist is really, very, it doesn't give the public any kind of respect for our intelligence. And this is really just really disappointing. And I just hope that you guys understand, like, this is not a threat, Mr. Osterkamp, that prison is looming. You guys are not doing the right thing, and someone's going to be going to prison. I don't know who, but somebody's going to prison. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Where am I?
You were here. There you go.
Hey, there I am. Hello, Chair. Hello, everybody. Good to see you guys all again. I couldn't attend last month's meeting because we have simultaneous meetings. We got City Council going on as well. But I want to address certain issues because I know there's federal fraud going around. No one's going to admit I'm doing federal corruption. They're not going to admit it. And there's a conflict of interest. No offense to Claire McAdams, but isn't she an auditor for the county of Hawaii? That's like a fox trying to audit their hen house. That don't work. You can't use the same person who audits for the county of Hawaii because you're going to get busted. Kima Alameda knows Pikachu. I don't trust anyone's words nowadays. I'm going to look at the numbers and look at the math. Where are the receipts? It's like, say, you like the America bought Hawaii, the Hawaiian King. Well, show me the receipt. Show me where you own it. I don't see no receipts from Kauai you're over and Big Island you're over. So where's the original stuff? The only way that makes sense is you electronically snuck it in. Now, Jeffrey Osterkamp, appreciate the dude. He got his report. But why does Ralph Kushner keep on getting kicked out? Now, I know lawyers don't follow Robert's Rules of Order, but we do have laws to follow, and this is federal fraud. Now, how do we get accountability? I called the FBI. I reported this last year. Does the FBI do nothing? No, because I don't trust Kash Patel, A.G. Pam Bondi. I already dropped the Epstein files to Epstein's. I don't expect Donald Trump or any guilty person to admit it. And that's the problem I see here. You can have everyone coming on. You got Keone Payton, Painkillers, Jarek Medeiros. Everyone else who keeps on coming to these meetings consistently, and it feels like a waste of our time if it's just fraud. Because to me, you're gonna go old school. This new school way, being nice, pishy-pashy, not working. So I'm gonna keep my testimony short. I'll let you guys all handle it. Peace.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Tara Rojas.
Morning, Jamie.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Jamie Detweiler here, Hawaii born and raised, lifelong resident, mother, grandmother, and community advocate. There are a number of things here that are very concerning to me. And I know we've all heard about the rule of law, but let me just read what it says too. The rule of law means that everyone, including the government, is subject to the law and must follow it, ensuring that laws are applied equally and fairly to all individuals. It emphasizes that no one is above the law and that everyone has access to justice. And most importantly, we, the people. One of the things that I find very disturbing, Chair, is decorum. I addressed this 2 meetings ago, and Mr. Daniel Gabriel addressed it during the last meeting. There is a lack of decorum. Decorum is managed by the chair, the leader of this commission. And I find it disturbing that one commissioner is identified as somebody who perhaps doesn't follow what you deem as decorum. Okay, fine. So why isn't that same principle applied to other commissioners? Why do you not allow what you perceive as personal attacks on from one commissioner to the other, but yet you allow it today? You allow personal attacks from Commissioner Osterkamp onto Mr. Ralph Kushner. And talk about feeding mistrust. That's a quote from Mr. Osterkamp. You know, it works both ways, right? And who is the arbiter of evidence here? Who is the arbiter of credible evidence, as Mr. Osterkamp stated? I don't think it's Mr. Osterkamp or any one other commissioner. So let's get your boundaries straight, sir. You know, and I've always asked, you know, I've been attending these meetings since the prior chair, Scotty Anderson, was the chair. And we've always asked, we the people ask, where are the county clerks? Why aren't the county clerks attending these meetings? We're talking about Mr. Henricks of Hawaii County and the other county clerks. They should be here as well to respond to the people. You know, there's a great analogy talking about the business receipts, right? The business mail receipts. And as a practice in the USPS service, I have several friends who own their own business. They deal quite heavily in mail orders of their products. They depend on those BRM receipts. If the county clerks didn't request or want ballot mail receipts, that would be like if I owned a restaurant and wanted my friends to pay cash only with no receipts so that I could ring them up with the wrong price to cheat. Think
Thank you,
about
Jamie.
that. Think about that.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Adriel Lam.
Aloha,
Aloha.
Tara Rojas. Do you hear echo?
There's a delay. Do you have
A delay,
something
okay.
else?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So Tara Rojas,
You
this
you have
meeting.
two things going, I think.
Okay.
But go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, got it. Okay, so Tara Rojas, wait, one moment, un momento. We show up every meeting. We're seeing the injustice, we're seeing the illegality, we're seeing the corruption happening. You again threw out Ralph Kushney for the reasons that everybody else mentioned, which was not a valid reason to throw him out. Chair Curtis, you always say to address you, so I'm going to address you.
Thank you.
We know that we've been doing our research that Osterkamp is a lawyer. I also found that an article about how the conflict of interest of him being a lawyer on this commission, and that the ethics commission didn't want to even take up the case. So when you bring up a conflict of interest to the ethics commission and the ethics commission doesn't want to hear it, that's something wrong right there. That's Hawaii politics for you, okay? Chair Curtis, I've been saying at every meeting, you need to address Claire McAdams is not a secretary. She should be looking at and listening to everybody, not for 10 seconds, the whole meeting. So if she wants to be a secretary, she should change her role, step down and maybe, do that. We know the conflict of interest of her is that she's an auditor for Scott Nagle. She's an auditor, a state auditor. We know right away whatever we the people want. And by the way, Osterkamp and who is the other one representing Oahu? Is not representing my voice and majority of Oahu who we come up and we speak. Because whatever, so Claire again, she's like not looking, not even listening. You cannot listen to somebody if you're looking down. So Chair, you really need to address that because it is very frustrating when you're looking and talking to you all and they're not even looking. So if you can address proper behavior when you're in a meeting, eye contact is important, okay? So again, we know that, for example, whatever I choose, I already know McAdam and Osterkamp is going to go against. Now, Osterkamp supposedly is representing my voice from Oahu, but he's automatically going up against my voice. We see this issue. We don't need to go this. There's like 7 hours we did last time, 7 hours previously, and we did this every single month, every single meeting for the past couple years, and some complaints that are coming up have not been heard. And we heard last meeting that somebody's complaint wasn't even put on the agenda. And because of the whole sunshine rule and all of that, so it should be there on the agenda. Just gonna go straight blank to the point. Again, who's still not looking, paying attention?
Thank you.
So all of you Hawaiian people, one of your 2 reps is not really listening to you and is gonna go against whatever you want anyhow.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
The next testifier is Adriel Lam, followed by Vernell Ogu.
Morning, Mr. Lamb.
Hello, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. Thanks for Commissioner Osterkamp's report. It just kind of demonstrates again, his very lawyerly report demonstrates how we can't trust the mail system to U.S. Postal Service to handle our mail. He basically says they don't have good records to handle our mail. So why are we using United States Postal Service to for all our ballots, 800,000 ballots that are they're asked to handle. And it's interesting that the news media has jumped in on these commission meetings. KTV's Civil Beat quoting Commissioner McAdams, 92% voted by mail. Well, that's 44% that did not vote by mail. 800,000 ballots and only 500,000 came, or less than 500,000 came back in. That's 44% of the electorate did not want to vote by mail. I've been here testifying ever since January 12th, 2022, and I haven't heard any media pick up on United States Hawaii. This is one data point that you can just disprove right away that United States Hawaii actually did mail in a ballot. But has anyone ever investigated why United States Hawaii is recorded for a person who apparently changed their name after they left the residence that they registered at, and then 3 years later changed their name back to that name without any court records? Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I know the Commissioner Osterkamp and McAdams keep saying, hey, there's no fraud, there's no record of fraud. We've been bringing it to you every single meeting, and you haven't even looked at any of that. And now you're trying to tell us that this discrepancy of ballot BRMs is not a data point, and it's nothing to look at. It just tells me that we can't rely on U.S. Postal Service to handle our ballots anymore. And that should be the talking point, or that should be a message from the news media that United States Postal Service cannot be reliably handle the mail-in ballots for an election. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
The next testifier is Vernell Oku, followed by Keone Payton.
Hi, this is Vernell Oku. I just wanted to testify that I'm very disappointed in the commissioners that are not trying to uphold election integrity. If you ever went to visit another country that you don't have a right to vote and your vote doesn't count, then you would know how important it is to have our elections have be able to count for who gets elected. And especially if you are a citizen of the United States, I don't see why, as a commissioner, you would not want to have election integrity in your state and in your country. And especially if you're a commissioner, why be a commissioner if you're not going to uphold election integrity? Just resign. I mean, you are going to be facing consequences for your actions on this commission. You are taking an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and of Hawaii. So why would you not be responsible, or you will be held responsible actually. And treason is actually it's not just prison, it's death. I don't see how you can go on this commission, be a commissioner, and not realize what your responsibility is, and not even, I mean, and vote the way that you guys vote, like it's so it's very discouraging. I don't see how you can do it, and how you can even look yourself in the mirror. Why don't you, if you don't want to be responsible, you should just resign. I feel like, especially Osterkamp and McAdams, and I'm sorry, you chair, you should probably resign because you're not holding the line for our country. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Susan Strom.
Oh, did they?
Mr. Payton. Keone.
Mute again. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, So you guys are gonna let me talk this weekend because you guys muted me 23 times last week. Okay, so just starting this conversation off and my testimony, you guys are refusing to follow laws HRS 16-42 and HRS 11-155. It's funny that I'm behind Lamb because I've been actually listening to Lamb try to bring up the same points of views. Sorry, I got my son right here. For the last 5 years in 2020. When Osterkamp actually, when they tried to open an investigation in 2020, Osterkamp called him a conspiracy theorist. And that's what you guys do. You guys gaslight everybody. You guys bully everybody into resigning. You know, and I'm pretty sure that's why Papalimu wanted her name to be taken off the pig, because she wasn't allowed to input. You guys, Osterkamp wrote that whole thing and signed her name to it. And she was like, wait a minute, I didn't agree with this. I want my name taken off. It's not anything that she wants to resign from this group. It's that Osterkamp is the one bullying everybody. First off, also, I want to, since Osterkamp is an attorney for Cades and Shoot, you are supposed to hold a legal line. You're supposed to have some ethics here, but you're violating 18 USC 241. And that is when you guys conspire more than one person, which is Osterkamp, McAdams, and Chair Curtis, to gang up on Ralph Kushney. And that is against the law, and that's a felony with 10 years. And I hope all three of you guys get the 10 years. Okay, so going back to what I was saying last week about McAdams. Oh, I'm gonna ask James Kimopana, you hold yourself responsible since you're the new guy on the block right now. But I also did the research on you that you just got back from a big vacation in Israel, huh? Pretty interesting, guy. Where since 2020, Israel has injected over $10 million into funneling and supporting politics in Hawaii. What the hell does Israel have to do with Hawaii? Nothing. We don't want their money. We don't want people taking their money. This has nothing to do with Hawaii. Make Hawaii come first, you guys. Claire McAdams, you're an auditor. You're an auditor that refuses to audit the same thing. I have it right here from Clerk Counsel, Hawaii County Gov. You're lying. 57,553 mail-in ballots collected by the County of Hawaii. And the state reports that they had 76,595. So there's your discrepancy, and there's your lies. Okay. And John knows it too. John Henricks knows it. That's why he's not coming on here. But there's no accountability because you guys keep on moving the ball and passing the blame off to each other. It's fucking ridiculous.
Thank you, Keone, and I'm glad your audio works today.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Kikilani Ho.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I'm a little hoarse this morning. Mr. Osterkamp's presentation illustrates the same consistent ploy of denial and subversion. First of all, contrary to Mr. Osterkamp's allegations, we are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. Democracy is mob rule. Get that straight, please. Even Osterkamp can't prove ballot discrepancies are safe and accurate, so he stoops to gaslighting Ralph and the very concerned public, which is us. Our votes, again, are our sacred trust. And since you cannot secure complete and accurate records for ballot accountability, then this past election and those that have probably gone before it is rendered completely illegitimate. Your task, those of you that are left behind that aren't big enough to step down when you know you should be stepping down, because there are other consequences that will be beholden to you if you don't. The only way to establish complete and transparent and numerically accurate election system, which doesn't present us with mismatch records and uncertainty, this is why we need same day in-person voting with identification in order to eliminate all these ridiculous and unnecessary gray areas. It's the only way. It's also embarrassing to witness your mistreatment of Ralph, who's clearly fighting for voter transparency on behalf of us, a very concerned voter public, and your rearranging of rules and regulations to suit your agenda, steering it in a direction that flows contrary to the concerns and demands of we the people. It's just completely mystifying, but really not if we know there's a hidden agenda there somewhere. Who's protecting who? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to really see how the play is going. Now, because we have an illegitimate election where no one can reconcile chain of custody or ballot records, then you know what's going to happen? We're going to ultimately need to do a revote statewide. This is going to be the only legitimate remedy because we can't let it stand as it is. It's not going to be swept away. It's not, there's going to be no closure if there's no accountability. So then we will absolutely be expected and should have a revote statewide. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
The next testifier is Keikilani Ho, followed by Michael Goliak Jr.
Aloha, commissioners. My name is Keikilani Ho. Don't mind me. I'm gathering my thoughts here. I jumped on late. So I did hear Tara Rojas and Shelby Billionaire mention the conflict of interest with Claire McAdams and Jeffrey Osterkamp. And I agree with those. I don't see how Claire McAdams should have been on that pig report investigating the Big Island when she's an auditor. It doesn't make sense to me. That's a red flag, especially since those two are on the biggest investigation that we have so far. So the Big Island rate, they say there's a 19,000, a little over 19,000 ballot difference. That's a huge investigation. Yet we have the very two who vote against accountability on that report. That is a red flag right there. Not only that, they left out Commissioner Papalimou, who is always for accountability. They left her out of that report. They didn't contact her about this, and that's crazy to me. So I don't see how you guys can think that we should trust you guys with anything that you guys say. And Jeffrey Osterkamp saying that the USPS BRM receipts, not being reliable, so the county should not have to go out of their way to retrieve them. To me, it just seems that whatever the receipts are, whatever it is, whatever paper or document is being requested, they are always denied to us. So it doesn't matter what it is. The problem is that they're always being denied to us. And there are many documents that were requested from the Office of Elections over these years that have been denied when they should be available for the public to see. And only once did I ever receive what I requested, but when I received it, the information was removed from it. So it was cleaned before I received it. So the bottom line here in every single meeting is the public's distrust in the commission and the Office of Elections statewide. And one way to make these meetings more proactive is just to do your job and provide to the public what they're asking for, the records. I really, I'm not in your position, so I don't know how hard it is, but I cannot imagine how hard it would be to just show the records. I don't know what's the big deal about showing the people what they're asking for. If you just show what they're asking for, if you guys are saying it's the truth. If you guys just show it, the people will stop. And there will not be any more 7-hour meetings. That's just all I'm saying. That's all I wanted to say. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ho.
The next testifier is Michael Goliak Jr., followed by Tara Malia Gregory.
Aloha, good morning.
Aloha.
Michael Gloria Jr., he, him pronouns. First I'd like to thank Osterkamp for the report. I'm sorry that most of the majority of the testifiers before me didn't bother to actually read it and look at the evidence. It's very clear on that there is no discrepancies. Everything is explained in the report with examples, with evidence. That's something that other commissioner has yet to provide on anything. So given that, I hope that when you move to the other items on this agenda, since I'm not going to stick around, I don't think, for the rest of this meeting, is that you use this pig report to throw out all the complaints that use the BMS or whatever it's called from the Postal Service as their complaints that saying that there's not. What we're seeing here is, yes, it is someone doesn't like being called a conspiracy theorist, and yet they then go down a wild rabbit hole. You all sounds like you all have the same marching orders from somebody that claims not to support mail-in voting and doesn't trust it at all. But according to my records and what I've been told, in 2016 and 2018 in the primary and general elections, he voted absentee, voted by mail. Isn't that interesting? So he trusted enough for himself in 2016 and 2018 and now doesn't trust it at all. What happened since then? Oh, an Orange Menace came along. And so this report gives you all the ammunition you need to shut down all those other complaints. Do us all a favor, shut them down. Let's move on so we can get done. You can get back to other business of this commission, because as we've heard today, nothing you give them was going to be enough for them. That audit will never be enough for these conspiracy theorists. They're always going to accuse somebody of something. And if there had been any credible piece of information at this point, charges would have been filed against somebody for voter fraud. So the evidence is not there. You keep on throwing out red herrings. And again, like I said last meeting, please, commissioners, learn Robert's rules, learn the Sunshine Law. Robert's rules only comes into place when your operating documents do not have operating bylaws, HRS do not have go are silent on something. So the chair is right to follow the Sunshine Law when somebody is obstructing these meetings. Don't just start yelling out point of order just because you're not getting your way and you don't like something. And just because a commissioner was referencing you in the report, he was not talking directly to you. I know you think the world revolves around you, but it doesn't. I ask that let's put an end to this and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
The next testifier is Tara Malia Gregory, followed by Keenan Place Papua.
Aloha, good morning, everyone. Tara Malia Gregory speaking on behalf of the people of Hawaii expect truth in real time. He added another 7,000 in-person ballots to the already in question mail-in ballots. Let's be clear. He claimed that those should be added. Yet it's simple math. Then we would increase 64,553 ballots to create the percentages that he just introduced. So all his percentages that he spoke of earlier on the call, they are misinterpretations, and he's adding that are just not part of real numbers. Even with that addition, these are not Commissioner Cushnie's numbers. They are state record obtained through lawful UIPA. They are requests that any citizen, as I have done, can ask. So if you would like to, and you're listening, go to UIPA Hawaii, and you can find these real time. You want to talk about real hard evidence that we're looking at? I'll explain to you an email that I am looking at right now from Mr. Curtis to Scott Nago. Let me explain exactly what's happening. Mr. Nago is the top election official in Hawaii. He was appointed by this commission to oversee statewide election operations, ballot printing, vote counts, post-election audit, election funds. He coordinates the entire election calendar and serves as the highest authority on election integrity in this state. According to the 2025 Civil Beat salary report, Mr. Nago earns $131,664 a year to do for, so it's reasonable to expect prompt performance and full transparency, especially concerning ballots. On the last meeting regarding communication with county clerks, Mr. Nago said, quote, "I don't know what the county clerks have on their plates." That answer is unacceptable, particularly after certifying an average of 19,000 ballots unaccounted for. And that's just one district, right? That's just one county. And there's 3 other counties that are still waiting on missing data. So I'm reading verbatim an email dated March 19th, 2025. Mr. Apana, you had some questions about something having to do with you can't expect in a couple of days on the last call. Be done. Contractors to finish something within 3 days. Let's just be clear, 2024 in 2024. That is over a year ago now. So it says this, from March 19th, 2025, Mr. Chair Curtis, to Mr. Nago, stating, please share with your staff and contemporaries that the noise we're hearing is mostly insubstantial, irrelevant, and in the minority. Message was obtained through UIPA Sunshine Law. It also names Giselle Ballesteros, Hawaii County Clerk, Uti, Maui County, Lyndon Yoshioka, Kauai County, instruct them to, quote, hang in there, because leadership was trying to figure out how to get rid of us. So to be clear, this is Chair Curtis addressing an email to Scott Nago, to Commissioner Ralph Cushney for standing firm in truth. As Mr. Osterkamp knows, these actions violate HRS 11-91, record keeping of ballots, HRS 92, Sunshine Law, and HR 13, fair treatment in public service.
Thank
They're
you,
well
Ms. Malia.
articulated in Article 2, Section 4. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Malia.
The next testifier is Keenan Placepua, followed by Daniel Gabriel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Keenan Please-Paul. I'm from the island of Molokai. Yeah, I know I'll come on this kind and testify, but it breaks my heart to see you guys and this circus show going on. It's hurting my feelings. And you guys putting distrust into this community. And nobody trusts nobody. And we don't care whose side. He's better than who. If you guys just give the audit and do them the right way so you guys can gain the trust of the public. Now, how you guys expect us to vote anymore? You know what I mean? I care about my kiki that gonna live through all this mess, you know? And all we ask is for accountability. And you guys for follow the laws. You guys teaching people who watching this fucking circus show how to break the law. And you guys, is that what you guys want in this community? Because I don't like that. We get enough BS going on in this community. Man, respect the Hawaiians. Respect all the people over here. We don't care whose side you guys stay on. Just do them the right way. And excuse me, I get one small temper, and I'm not the best speaker, but all I ask is for accountability so that we can trust you guys again. Mahalo.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Daniel Gabriel, followed by Andrew Aker.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Commission. My name's Daniel Michael Gabriel. Here we are again, wasting another 7 hours of our life. I am in objection to the pig created by Osterkamp. How can an office of election or, each county audit itself in like in a publicly traded company? It cannot use the same auditing firm that they use for consultation, according to Sarbanes-Oxley. Why is our election officials auditing themselves? It's ridiculous. We need to do something, whether it means drafting a new law or something, to where if there is a discrepancy, according to the numbers, it needs to be audited by a third-party assurance agency. I don't trust anything that the government is doing. They're constantly pulling the wool over our eyes. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Dale Vanderbrink.
Good morning.
Aloha. Are we loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Andrew Aker here with Maui Freedom TV and Hawaii Freedom TV. Wow, what a day. What a couple weeks. We had 200 people in this Zoom call last week, and now we're back down to our regular 107 or so people that just cannot let this go. So, Mr. Michael Golajuk, I'm not sure how to say your name, sorry. I got to pull back the curtain here, peel back the curtain on this narrative war that's going on. Your connection with Obama and like Kamala Harris and all of that stuff is like a little bit questionable there. So, and I don't have to obey Robert's Rules of Order because I'm a civilian here and this is my time to speak, and I do claim my time. So, the new guy here, actually, Michael, says that we need to take time to read the evidence and read the letter and yada, yada, yada. We've been in this for years, man. You see the blood, you see the tears, you see the scars. And all I do all day long is just investigate people like you and Mike Curtis and Obama. We got another account, Doge in Hawaii, that's just peeling back the curtain real far there. So as everybody who preceded me today said, we are investigating all of you. I might have crazy hair, but I'm crazy like a fox, and there's 100 more of me in this call. People 10 times more capable than me, smarter than me. I'm not even that smart. but I'm just really mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. And like the brother before me from Molokai, he was saying, we got to respect everybody. We all have red blood. We all protecting our kids. You do not know the road that you are going down by supporting this Obama fried rice, dude. This is just BS. It's just complete BS. Talking about us getting marching orders. Bro, Michael, we're looking at you, dude. We know who's giving you marching orders. I got God and the U.S. Constitution giving me marching orders. And Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution says we are guaranteed a Republican form of government in every state. Yes, this kingdom was usurped and this government is fraudulent. You guys are covering for the fraud. But if we can make America right, then we can maybe make it right for the Hawaiians and do the right thing by being honest and cutting off these liars. I love you all, but I'm still mad. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Andrew.
The next testifier is Dale Vanderbrink, followed by Connect the Dots with Ginny.
Thank you. Aloha, Chair and fellow commissioners here. I just wanted to stick to the agenda item, which so many people seem to go off of. And I would like to thank Commissioner Osterkamp and the Permitted Interaction Group that he was a part of in writing this 99-page report. It is highly detailed, and I haven't had a chance to go through it, but I will later today. So many people here just come with preconceived notions and want to vent about mail-in voting. But when the evidence is permitted, like in this report, it is often ignored. And then people often turn to personal attacks against those when the evidence is not on their side. So I just want to keep this short. Thank you, Commissioner Osterkamp, for this report and to dealing with all these personal attacks, and especially dealing with the personal attacks like the edited social media videos that Chairman Kushner posts online that fan the flames of so many of the people here. Thank you, Chairman Osterkamp, and to the members of this commission who are in fact doing their job and providing these reports for us to read. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale.
The next testifier is Connect the Dots with Jenny, followed by Junya Nakoa.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha. Aloha lahui. My name is Jenny Lehua. I am Kanaka Maoli from Maui. I have been listening and observing these meetings for a while now. And so in regards to Osterkamp's pig report, I deny that report. We have a lot of paid actors on today's a commission meeting, apparently, individuals who haven't been on here before yet who want to side and say, oh, I haven't read the report, but I will later. But let me comment on the report right now. Listen, Jeffrey Osterkamp sounded like a criminal defense lawyer as he read his pig report. He said words to play on people's emotions to sound like he is accurate. And then to back himself up, he cites Scott Nago, the man who has had over 20 lawsuits against him, who currently just had a new one brought against him. And you're citing him as your credibility. And you're essentially saying, hey, just trust us. Trust the process. Trust the government. Trust the system. Everything's right. And anybody who speaks against that, well, then we're going to label you a conspiracy theorist. And we're going to go ahead and gaslight you. And then you're going to bully a fellow commissioner who has valid points of concern. And you're very hypocritical, Chair Curtis, because you consistently will tell people, commissioners, to address you, the chair. And yet Osterkamp clearly was addressing Kushner. And yet you just allowed Osterkamp. So there's a lot of nepotism going on here. It's really blatant corruption that we're observing and seeing. And it's really disgusting and it's insulting. And I tell you what, the Kanakas, the natives, the Hawaiians, were sick of it. We're tired of it. But we are coming together to find a way to remove all you corrupt people. I yield my time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Junya Nakoa, followed by Cheryl Beeler.
Good morning, Junior.
How's it, bro? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay. Officer Camp, you know, the report. Yeah, the one that the guy, the testifier before me who never read, but said was in full detail. Oh my God. Huh. I just didn't read that bugger. Yeah, I read that bugger. But me, I don't read the big kind words. I keep them simple. But you know, here we just did one temper, another damn three-letter word that you guys like put all into these investigating groups, yeah. That would happen here on Maui. Yep. Um, it was made up of, you know, half the positive guys, half the negative guys, yeah. Politicians and politicians. So it's half, yeah. How come this one? How come this pig? Oh, how's that one? Pig. How come you guys never do that with this one? How come you get one lawyer that do liability stuff and whatnot, then you get one lady who is an auditor for the Big Island, and then the one Tita and Auntie, or much respect, whatever way you want to be called, you guys have put words into her mouth and all this kind of stuff. So this kind of investigation, I don't know how you guys can say it is good. And this is not one thing. And you can call me on conspiracy guy. Give it all, bro. I take all the kind of names. I don't give a crap. Okay, but you guys, again, I keep saying this. You guys supposed to be making it where the people like vote, like come out and vote. And right now, with people like you guys, people like Scott Nago inside there, you guys deteriorate. You guys turning away all the people, all the young guys who are trying to get to vote. Okay, especially here in Lahaina, especially here in Maui, because we got screwed. Yeah, we got jammed up by this government. So we like our voices be heard, and that's what I said today at my county council this morning. And I keep on going. I'm going. If I could fly to Honolulu every damn time you guys have this 7-hour meeting, I would. But I don't like that place. Too busy for me. I like slow down. So I went to Kaului, I mean, and I want to go testify. And I'm gonna be there every day, every time they test when I get chance. But you guys gotta be the voice of like be able to hold everybody accountable. And if you guys don't like that job, get the heck out. Step on the side. For real. Get out of the way, you tree buggers. Get people who gonna hold people accountable. So now when people go vote, they can feel confident. Okay? So Officer Camp, I'm gonna check out who you is, brah. I'm gonna check out who you bugger is and whatnot, because you screwing us, the people of Hawaii, up. Okay,
Thank you, Junior.
The next testifier is Cheryl Beeler, followed by Tamara Mackay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Chair, first I'd like to address something that's foremost in my mind. You know, like many people, almost everybody here, we've sat on these meetings time after time after time. I would like to address the decorum that goes on in these meetings and the fact that nobody is speaking up about this. And I'm talking about the people who come on here and call us MAGA people, conspiracy theorists, that we take our marching orders, so on and so forth. Decorum. You people need to stop that from happening. That's not acceptable behavior in this meeting. We don't call people names. I'd also like to address the fact that, and this was brought up before, about the marching orders. We're not taking anybody's marching orders, but in fact, what we saw last week or 2 weeks ago at the last meeting were marching orders from people on Big Island. We have never seen these people before, and in fact, they're not here again today, yet they all followed the exact same script. The next thing I'd like to address about decorum is points of order. It is an interruptible motion, and yes, Chair, you have the right to make that decision. But after that right, the body, it can be appealed, and the body has the right to have a discussion about it and vote for it. You are not the say-all for everything. This authoritarian regime that you are leading needs to stop. You need to follow the proper rules. And this other gentleman who's talking about rules, Robert's Rules of Order, obviously is not aware of that. Why is it so difficult for everybody on this board to want transparency? Why is it so difficult for the people who call us MAGA theories and conspiracy theorists and everybody else so difficult to want transparency? It's really not a difficult thing. If you don't want transparency, it means that there is something being hidden. As the chair of this commission, I implore you to do your job and do it properly. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bieber.
The next testifier is Tamara McKay, followed by Peter Bernegger.
Aloha, can you hear me okay?
Aloha, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I know that basically with myself and everyone else here that our testimonies are just being tolerated and going in one ear and out the other. However, I feel that it is really important that at least our voices get on the record and we exercise our constitutional rights. I continue to speak not only on Aloha Conservative Alliance, but as a concerned citizen. When the people call for an audit, it's not to stir conspiracy, it is to resolve a discrepancy. I find, offense when everybody, because they don't want the transparency out there, that they have to say, oh, conspiracy. Well, let's put it all to rest and get rid of the conspiracy and do the audit. We have to get rid of being dismissed or feared. The optics of that are very troubling, and it gives the impression that this commissioner is simply going through the motions rather than sincerely considering the evidence and the voices of the people. Also, to make it known that I did file an official complaint regarding the illegal removal of Commissioner Kushney, which has yet to be addressed. That action was outside the bounds of authority and violated both procedure and the public trust. And this commission has an obligation to correct it. When the people see that their government is ignoring due process, they start asking who is accountable. It leaves everyone wondering. The people are not your enemies. We are the voice. And it's obvious of the direction that is being driven to control the narrative and the voting system. We, the people, want transparency. We want honest elections. Again, paper ballots, in-person voting, and one-day elections, as we did for decades. And Mr. Osterkamp's reports, I have to be honest with you, they're as good as the information that he puts into ChatGPT. So we want confidence in our elections, not conflict. But the confidence will only come through if honesty, transparency, and the courage to face the truth. And that is what we need today. And we're asking you of the commission for us, the people. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay.
The next testifier is Peter Bernegger, followed by Joan Schwan.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners, and morning. My testimony is I'm the president of Election Watch, and we've investigated the situation in Hawaii, obtained documents, we've interviewed people, and some witnesses have come forward. And from reading and listening to the communications of the people who just want to move on, there's clearly a cover-up here, what happened in the 2024 election. Your numbers don't match at all. And the more you look, the more you find. So listening to these meetings and reading the documents being sent back and forth between you election officials, it's really reached an Alice in Wonderland story. And everyone knows that movie. It's where words, the meaning of words no longer matter. And the meaning itself of the words have collapsed because they're being used to deflect, deny, cover up what's really happened. And that's where we are now in this situation in Hawaii with your elections. Now it's a federal election. It affects the whole United States. And we want honest elections. We truly don't care who wins. It's that Was the process honest and transparent and fair? So, commissioners, I have several lawsuits forthcoming. I'm going to be taking your sworn testimonies. And Osterkamp, since you filed an official report, I'll be taking your sworn deposition, and then we'll see how truthful you really are. I filed 2 criminal complaints recently with the feds. Be on notice for that. I've already noticed almost all of you to preserve the evidence. The feds are going to be coming into and investigating. And specifically to Aaron Schulaner, this nonsense is going to stop. All right? Preserve the evidence. The lawsuits are coming. The criminal investigations are coming. You had a year to straighten this out. And all you're doing is continuing to play in the movie of Alice in Wonderland. I yield.
Thank you, Peter.
The next testifier is Joan Schwan, followed by Michelle S.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. I just a few things. As far as the mail goes, anybody that's lived on the island, well, I'm on Oahu, but anybody that's lived here knows that the mail is untrustworthy. Over the course of 10, I don't know, well, maybe 3 years. It was 3 years when we, there were 2 when we were first renting here back in 2015. There were 2 rent checks gone missing through the mail. 2 to 2 different places within the course of 3 years. I don't trust the mail here at all. I take my ballot, walk it down there. And speaking of taking my ballot and walking it down to the election, back in 2020, walking into the building with my husband with his ballot in hand, my son with his ballot in hand, I with mine. There was a guy walking down the sidewalk heading to drop off his ballots. He had a handful of ballots. I don't know, 10, 15, 20 something, fanned them out and was like fanning himself. It's just very strange. I think there seems to be some ballot harvesting. Well, not seems to. I know there is. But things are very dirty here. Elections in particular are very dirty here. There is no light on the process. I called down to find out, okay, what is the process for how does signature verification occur? And I could not get an answer. Oh, I don't know, we don't know. I don't, I have to ask somebody. So there's not even that. It needs to be one day in person, paper, show your ID, sign the damn book, like always. Dip your finger in ink if necessary, like they do in third world countries. But transparency, an audit, double check things. Nobody should be against that. That shouldn't be, alarming to anybody. And as far as Michael's concerned, wanting to wipe complaints off of the record, to sweep things under the floor so that things can just go on as usual. I wouldn't call in to have his comment wiped off of the record or swept under the rug, right? So that's and then he's the one that claims that other people are conspiracy theorists and whatever, and are out to get him, kind of thing. So that's just crazy. But I am excited to hear about lawsuits coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle S., followed by Doug.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't have a whole lot of time today, but I wanted to first say that I agree totally with Jamie Detweiler, what she was talking about earlier, and how there needs to be fair treatment for all of the different commissioners that are on this election committee. It is obvious, Chair Curtis, that you show favoritism towards some, that you do not show towards the other, because some agree with you and some don't. It is not right for you to act like you are the dictator of everything that goes on, that you have the final say. There can be appeals to your decisions of things, and you're not letting that happen. Anyway, I go on further to say that I agree with the majority of the people that are in this election committee, and hope that y'all will just keep moving forward with everything that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
The next testifier is Doug, followed by Cal.
Mr. Pesnick.
Yeah, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. The Big Island Pig Report demonstrates a failure by this commission to fulfill its statutory obligations of oversight and investigation. You know them, they're specified in HRS 1175 and 1185, but instead the pig expressly declined to investigate. And in the report, it states such things as, we find a complete lack of credible evidence to support the claim of significant ballot discrepancies, and neither the state of Hawaii nor the county purports to rely on postal receipts to validate vote counts, so they cannot reasonably be expected to have compiled this information. Those conclusions were reached without reviewing any independent evidence or exercising subpoena or compulsion powers. The pig simply accepted the CEO's explanation and closed the inquiry. And the report further states, we do not believe that the county is required to take additional steps, and cautions that commissioners must not feed mistrust in voting. The language also replaces investigation with presumption, and it converts a duty to verify into a policy to reassure. And the law does not authorize dismissal of complaints based on belief or tone. It requires the commission to determine the facts and, if warranted, make recommendations to ensure compliance with the laws. And serious procedural and ethical flaws have already been brought up about the failures of Commissioner Papalimu, who asked her name be removed from the report, which makes the pig invalid as it was appointed according to the Sunshine Law. And as well, the assignment of Commissioner McAdam violates HRS 8414 as a conflict of interest. So the bottom line question is, why don't you want to investigate? Interestingly, you received a letter on October 31st from the Hawaii County Clerk to Mr. Nago that said, regarding the Elections Commission request for a complete set of USPS business reply mail receipts accounting for all mail ballots received from the Postal Service during the 2024 election, the Elections Commission has been provided a cogent and comprehensive response to this request via documents and materials previously presented to the Elections Commission, and furthermore recited in a report produced by a permitted interaction group formed by the Elections Commission. So John Hendricks signed a letter to you that said you have everything you need, yet there is a discrepancy between the number of mail-in ballot envelopes and the number of ballots, and it's 25%, and you won't look into why. It defies logic. I yield.
Thank you, Doug.
The next testifier is Cal, followed by Nancy Moser.
Cal.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Oh boy. Whew, you guys in hot water, butter. And I guess some fire I gotta let out, but listening to this kind of meetings, that don't make me happy. We're already unhappy over here as we are living in Hawaii. And then to hear this kind of stuff, and you guys can bring this kind of pilikia over here, problems to our islands, that stuff that we don't need, that we went through already in 1800s. You guys just taking it back to that time. And that's frustrating. As a Kanaka, it's very frustrating. It kind of lights my fire to where, I'm going to do something that shouldn't do, because it's coming to that point already where we don't can let people like you on our island already. You know what I mean? We can't let people like this come and tell us what to do and handle shit like this. This is very, very, very fucking frustrating. You know what I mean? We're not going forward as a government. And so I said, fuck the government. Because we're not going forward with you guys. We're going to go backwards with you guys. We're getting nowhere. We're going only backwards now. We're going more back. The canoe's supposed to go forward, the Ba'a. Yeah? The Ba'a go forward. When we paddle the canoe, the thing go forward. You don't go backwards, ba. Think about that. You guys here on one island. You guys far away from the United States. You guys think this is the United States. It's not. We all know that. You guys all know that. But you guys come over here, bully us. Yeah? Do you guys bully tactics, bullshit fucking maneuvers. Yeah? And think we're going to accept that kind of shit. Aole no pilikia already. Why shoot us? You guys don't follow you guys' own damn laws. You guys' own damn rules. Why should we follow your rules? Why should we be law-abiding citizens? That's why Kanaka. I don't follow you guys' rules. I don't believe in you guys' shit and you guys' bullshit. It's time for the Kanaka take people like you and throw you guys in a fucking volcano. That's why she keep erupting. That's why she mad. She mad. So she keep erupting. She's not gonna stop. Because you keep letting this pilikia shit happen. Think about it. Try to do something right. Maybe she stop erupting. Because pretty soon, not gonna have Puakaloa. She's gonna blow that fucker up.
Thank you, Cal.
Yeah.
The next testifier is Nancy Moser, followed by Brennan Cabral.
And Mr. Cabral will be our last testifier. Hi,
My
Nancy.
name is Nancy Moser. On October 1st, 2025, 5 of the 9 Election Commission members voted in favor to write the legislature and advise the Chief Election Officer to make 7 named changes to the current election procedures. The 7 changes are: 1, return to in-person voting in the precinct. Next, hand count paper ballots. 1-day voting. Require ID. Make exception to the above for military and special needs implied only. Count votes where cast. That would be, according to the prior point, in each precinct. Then report the votes count before sending ballots on to the county. Essentially, the result of this request is a system to restrict voter access. That would mean no early voting days, voting on one day only, and only in person. The option for mailed ballot would only be by an exceptional request and only from a military voter or special needs voter. This would magnify the opportunity for errors by using only paper ballots. We do have paper ballots that we use for the mail-in process. Those are paper ballots. But paper ballots, we know the variety of errors that can occur with paper ballots in that system as well. We've all lived through that. And the system that is advocated by this vote to change the system would require each precinct to be staffed by volunteers trained not just in voting day procedures, but also in ballot counting procedures, because it says report the vote count before sending the ballots to the county, recount them in a precinct. This is a system, this change, if we were to reverse the system, is bound to fail. Our present mail-in system works. The effort by a bare majority of the commission, 5 of the 9, is a solution in search of a problem. I'm calling this out as intended to restrict access to voting, especially access by working people, the elderly, low income, and houseless citizens. I urge the Commission to rescind this request to reverse the procedures of the current voting process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier.
The next testifier is Brennan Cabral.
And we'll allow Mr. Shimizu.
Yes, Chair.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Brennan Cabral. I am disabled and I have a hard time seeing certain words because I have all my mental either. And I came on here last week and I'm on this today. But I am watching you guys. I am talked with you saying if I am stuff. I kind of said, oh, this is a shit show thing. This is a shit show. I cannot believe it. And as I said, oh, and this is not being a medical, not supporter, nothing like that. This is about transparency and all that. See, I tell it. I can't trust the elections. I'm watching this shit. So I don't trust a lot of them. Yeah, that conspiracy theory, huh? It's all true. It's all true. It's all true because it's been said for a long time now. My message is turned off. Yeah, here's what bias does. What's going on? And now, pussy, yeah? And as a single person, he is my voice. He represents what he is representing me. Now let's see guys answer his questions. Well, answer his questions. I'll ask you them. If you guys get to all of this meeting, yeah? You guys disrespecting me. Pero, you guys don't tell. I'm a single person, guys. They call it sense. Answer his questions. Don't kick it off. Yeah, I want to hear. I want to hear it. Move it. Move it to me. That is connections off. It's not come up. Move it. Well, I'm not being at all this. Well, I said, well, I can have a question. I trust, yeah. As long as I just off to it. Well, I can't stand this shit, guys. Yeah, I am working out, guys. I have thought, I say stop, it's just, it's something. Yeah, I saw guiltiness. Yeah, that's it. That's all I want. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Cabral.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu.
Thank you,
Morning,
Chair.
Representative.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first, because Commissioner Papalimo stated that she was not included in this PIG, the credibility of this report is questionable to me, especially with two of the three remaining commissioners openly biased with very opinionated statements. This PIG didn't address the singular question and concern of the 19,000 vote count discrepancy between county and state votes. Using the BRMs as a reference method, there's no conclusive conclusion that clearly explains the question of this discrepancy. The report just defers and deflects the explanation to another method, and in doing so, to me, shines light on questionable handling of the mailed-in envelopes by the county. The conclusion that's stated in the report, as a commissioner, it is appropriate to identify problems that need resolution, but it is also our responsibility not to unnecessarily feed mistrust in voting or otherwise harm the system we oversee. The problem with that statement is it's not only appropriate to identify problems that needs resolution, but pursue a resolution to its end. And because it's not being done, you in fact unnecessarily feed mistrust in voting and harm the system you oversee. By not being open to pursue resolution, those commissioners unnecessarily feed mistrust to the public and harm the system you are tasked to oversee. By properly addressing the problems identified to a reasonable and responsible resolution doesn't cause harm to the system, but actually strengthens the system and public trust. Being an engineer, you ask questions when things don't make sense or things just don't add up. It feels like there are more questions unanswered than answered. Basic questions are essential to fact find and prove or disprove any discrepancy that should have been asked by the pay commissioners. And because these questions are not asked or answered, again, the credibility of this report is questionable. I'm not sure if I can go through all of my questions in the 3 minutes, but I'd like them answered. So I will formally forward them to the commissioner, the CEO, and the DAG's director for a reply. Commissioner Osterkamp stated in his presentation, BRM's missing is not because it wasn't received, but it wasn't given to Commissioner Kushney. I found that statement very alarming. So, in other words, the BRMs are there, but it wasn't given to Commissioner Kushney. So did this pig request that information, which is vital to the outcome? And if they didn't, why wasn't that done? Page 3 states, but 10 of 28 totals are absent. So there's no numbers, just question marks in the report. So were these question marks, were there envelopes collected on that day? And if so, where are they? Why wouldn't they be accounted for in some way?
Thank you. We look forward to your questions.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. Perhaps we should ask each one of the commissioners 3 minutes in a roundtable until we exhaust the talk. Mr. Osterkamp, would you like to start at your report?
I'm not sure if there's anything more for me to say. I went through the report. We found nothing credible to further investigate. And perhaps it would be better for me to defer further comments until after the other commissioners speak.
Okay. Then one by one, Lindsay, do you got 3 minutes to comment?
Chair, this is Commissioner Papalimo. I would like to request from the other commissioners that I go first.
Okay, it's okay with me. Go for it.
Thank you. I'm going to address Commissioner Osterkamp with a question. In your briefing, you stated that when we interviewed John Hendricks, who interviewed John Hendricks?
Commissioner, a point of order, are you asking for us to address each other?
No, I would ask for 3 minutes for you to comment to the chair. We can do discussion later, but once there's a motion on the floor, we can have discussion. Right now, I would ask for each one of the commissioners' opinions in a 3-minute message. And okay. We'll continue 3 minutes until we exhaust.
Okay, so I will address the first comments when I came on. I did not resign my position on this.
Sorry.
I requested in an email and also vocally in the last meeting to have my name removed from this report because there was zero participation that I was involved in. No meetings, no interviews. There was a letter sent to me for me to look at. I voiced my opinion to Commissioner Osterkamp on that letter. And there was nothing else after that. That is the reason why I requested my name to be taken off. I did not participate in this. I don't want it to look like there was participation from me in this. Had I been involved in an interview, had we gone on a Zoom and discussed what we were finding, then I would have kept my name on there. I have a lot of questions about this because I'm a little appalled at being thought of or spoken to or assumed to be some conspiracy theorist. I'm not. I have been voting since I was 18 years old. My passion is politics. I love it. I went to school to major in politics to hopefully go into law, but married a Navy man and served my time as a Navy wife. And I will not have somebody look at me and say that I am mistaken about what I've been told and what I've heard. And I think the letters or the email that was read to us today, Chair, that was sent by you to the Office of Elections and the county clerks, telling them to bide their time, we're just noise. And saying that about our public that shows up all the time, not last week where there were an extra 100 that were whipped up by the opposing side, it seems like. But we are all here to make sure that what we're doing when we count votes and we ask our citizens to participate in elections is above board. And there is no reason why simple questions should not be answered. There is one person or one section of the state that is very much attached to those BRMs, and that is accounting. Accounting. Because it is those BRM reports that validate how the US Postal Service gets paid for handling our ballots. The ones that are mailed and returned, they get a certain price for. And the ones that are mailed and cannot be delivered, they get a separate price for. So all we got to do is get the Inspector General, right? And then go to the DAG's office and validate.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Can we
Let's
give Chair
validate
McAdam
the money.
a 3-minute timer?
And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. McAdam, can we put her on a 3-minute timer, please? Claire, do you have any comments?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Curtis. I just want to make one comment that Commissioner Papalima raised about the BRM receipts being evidence of how the county pays the USPS for handling mail receipts. And I agree, that is. And that's all those receipts show. There are invoices to the county, and then they show how the county paid them. In no way have those BRM receipts ever been used as evidence as to how many ballots came in, how many envelopes received. They've never been asked to do that. The USPS themselves, I think, would refuse to have those invoices be used as such. That's not their purpose. The USPS is not involved in elections. It's not involved in counting ballots or envelopes, only for the fact is that's how they're going to be paid for handling them. And I think we need to recognize that that's all those receipts are there for. They're not an election counting tool. I'm sure those invoices come in after the election. So what purpose would they be for anyway? And the USPS would not agree to have those invoices be used as such. So I think we should remember that. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Dylan.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I want to provide some insight as far as comments that were made in regards to if we went back to same-day voting, that it would force and censor people from being able to vote. There is a provision in Hawaii where you can apply to.
We're talking about this report.
Right, which is suggesting that we reverse our recommendation. And it's possible to become a permanent absentee voter in the state of Hawaii. So there's not this underlying intention to all of a sudden suppress votes. In fact, we're trying to make sure that every vote is counted properly. And for me, why wouldn't we want to investigate? By the way, Commissioner Kushner's being painted as this, he's on a personal vendetta. This was work done by our pig. And I think it's interesting that the narrative being written is that it was just Commissioner Kushner. No, we compile data together. And the request, the Freedom of Information request to see the SVRS numbers was denied. Why is that? Why can only the Office of Election and the Chief Election Officer and those who are putting numbers in are the only people that can access the SVRS? That makes it unverifiable if the people inputting numbers are the only people that can tell us that it's verifiable. It doesn't make sense. And so I appreciate the testimony by Austin, where he points out, we did our due diligence by now finding a different way to prove the numbers. Why wouldn't the ballot box drop counts combined with the business reply mail receipts equal the total that the state is reporting? And to say that, that's not the official way that we count things, and that the USPS wouldn't want to get involved, is that more possible? Or is it more possible to say that those receipts just don't exist, and that's why there's no response? And I agree with the public's testimony here that just because we're trying to get to the answers doesn't mean we're conspiracy theorists. We're trying to make things pono. We're trying to make things right. And I know I've got 30 seconds left, and I want to yield the rest of that time to Commissioner Christie, who's been unfairly attacked through all this today.
Mr. Apana, your comments, please.
Okay, I have no comments at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabas. You're still muted. There you go.
I have no comment at this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kushney.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I find it extremely dishonest that you would not present to the public that we had a reply since the last meeting from the Big Island that Doug Pasnick highlighted, that the Big Island has stated that they have given us all the records through the UIPA requests. And when I asked for that, that directly relates to this, you are concealing that evidence from the public. And that's the problem that the public has with this commission and hiding stuff. The letter clearly said that's all the receipts they had. So if the post office did not bring the envelopes, where did they come from? And that's what we want to know. So we are concerned that Scott Nago and his cohorts are stuffing the ballots with an additional 19,000 ballots. So this is what we want to investigate. They created the records electronically. And I'm going to summarize Jeffrey Osterkamp's report very quickly. Commissioner Osterkamp report tells us to trust electronic records we can't verify, and that these are backed by paper records Scott Nago will not allow us to audit. So we have electronic records, they're telling us, but we can't look at them. No records have been provided to us that Mr. Osterkamp are saying being kept. We have asked for the SVRS records from the county. The county in the UIPS request has stated that they do not keep any records from the SVRS. The state does. Now, if you look at my UIPA request, I asked who the administrator is of the SVRS, and the answer was Scott Nago. So we're comparing Scott Nago's data to Scott Nago's results. That is not acceptable proof. So the announcement of the elections, which Jeffrey Osterkamp is referring to as the proof, which is the election summary report, is backed up by a one-line over-under report. And that is the only evidence that we have that he says proves the election's correct. So I urge the rest of the commissioners, this is a big deal. This should go criminal referral. Where did those ballots come from? And I got more to speak on this. I'll let somebody else go, and then I got another prepared statement after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair. I think that now that this is the report from the last pig, we've heard from 3 pigs now, and I think we all have a clear idea of how the state verifies elections and what the actual procedure is. And I think that we ought to shift gears and try to engage in some problem solving going forward. I know there's more to be said and decided about what has already occurred, but my hope is that going forward, and I'm prepared to make a motion about this, but that in the future, the Elections Commission require that the county clerks produce reports based on verifiable paper trails of ballot envelopes collected and delivered to the state counting centers. I could go on and talk about it, but I think everyone understands that they do that, but they say that it is only for internal purposes and they don't do it accurately, supposedly because it's only for internal purposes, but they could, and it would not be such a big ask to require a verifiable ballot envelope count. If they did that, and if the state's election report was corroborated by not only the SVRS report, but also by a verifiable chain of custody report based on the envelope counts, then at that point, I think we will regain the trust of the public. So that's where I would like to see us go forward. And also, if I could just say that I am offended by the crude language that some of the testifiers use, and also by the fact that you let them keep talking. I don't think that cursing should be allowed, and I think that decorum should be maintained. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Osterkamp.
Yeah, thank you. So I really appreciate Commissioner Kim's comments on a few things, including what she said at the end. I also think that the cursing and the death threats and so forth should be not permitted, and people should be reminded not to make comments of that sort. You know, I think in terms of going forward, it's at least possible to make the request or the requests to the counties. I don't know what power we have to require that sort of thing. The statutes and the rules are what they are. I do know certainly that trying to force the county to do things of this sort retroactively is not productive. And, you know, we see, I mean, just to be clear, Commissioner Cushney stated that he thinks that electronic records were created and that this is going to lead to criminal referrals. So this is where we're going. This is the outcome, the preferred outcome of Commissioner Cushney's process, which he himself started toward the beginning of this year. I think it's very important for all of us to recognize that that is where this would be going. I want to address real quickly, at the risk of a bunch of back and forth on this issue, the assertion that Commissioner Papalima was not allowed to be involved in this process of our report. That is not true. All 3 of us had the opportunity from the time that this PIG was formed early this year to helped draft a report. Nobody had to wait for anybody else to do it. We didn't have to wait for meetings. Eventually, I took a shot at drafting a letter to the county clerk, Mr. Hendricks. I sent the letter to both of the other commissioners. Ms. McAdam responded by email with some suggestions. I revised the letter accordingly. I sent the edited letter back out to both commissioners. I had a telephone call shortly after that with Ms. Papalimo. She promised to send her own revisions. She never sent the revisions. I waited 2 months and eventually sent the letter because no additional revisions were coming. As for the report, I sent on September 24th a draft of the report to both commissioners. On September 29th, Ms. McAdam responded affirmatively, accepting the report without revisions. I still hadn't heard from Ms. Papalimo. The next meeting of the commission was coming up. I knew I needed to get it in. So on September 29th, after no response from Ms. Papalimo, I sent the report to the Office of Elections.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Ms. Papalimo, you're up. Ms. Papalimo, if you're still there, you're up. Otherwise, Ms. McCat. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're not going to go back and forth. I'm not going to waste my time on that. But I do have my request to take my name off and the reasons why I want that done. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. McAdam, you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, Checkers. I've already spoken. I don't have any further comments at the moment.
No more? Okay. Mr. Apana, do you have any comments?
As I said earlier, I have none.
Okay. Dylan, you're up.
No further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sabas.
No comment.
Mr. Kushney.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. So first of all, I would like for Claire McAdam to address the public's concerns and state whether or not she has a conflict with being on the PIG, as she's an auditor for the Big Island, or an appearance of a conflict, and have that addressed to the public and let them know where she stands on that. And then
as it comes on another agenda, we can. It's not on today's agenda. Ralph, do you have comments on the current report?
Yes, that's pertinent to this report, that if she has a conflict or not, and she has to declare that.
Okay, Claire, do you have a conflict in this interest?
I work for the County of Hawaii in the Mayor's office. I'm an internal auditor.
And do you have a conflict? Do you have a conflict?
I do not work for the county. I do not work for the county clerk. I don't think I have a conflict. And I think we spoke about this when the PIG was formed, Chair Curtis.
Thank you. Mr. Kushney, the answer is no. She does not perceive a conflict.
Okay, so we need to boil this discussion down to basic inventory control. Where did the extra ballots come from if they did not come in the mail? How many envelopes were collected? How many ballots were signature verified? How many were rejected? And how many ballots were transferred? And how many ballots were counted? So that is addressed in HAR 3-177453, issued, spoiled, and received. So we don't have any of those numbers. How many ballots go in? How many are rejected for signature verification? Now, to note, Mr. Osterkamp did not, in his report, include the fact that the Big Island has no transfer records. So if the number of ballots was overreported, when they were transferred from the county to the state, nobody would know because there were no transfer records. So the records that I submitted were sent to the Elections Commission, Mike Curtis, on August 31, and I asked that they be shared with the commission, and instead, Mike Curtis only shared those reports with Jeffrey Osterkamp. And this proves the collusion between Mike Curtis and Jeffrey Osterkamp to write this. Jeffrey Osterkamp cherry-picked records that I had submitted to be shared with the entire commission and cherry-picked those to write his report. He did not include the fact that there were no transfer records, which I had a UIPA request for that. He did not state to the commission that I had also requested records from the state voter registration system from the county. He did not include those things in the report and shows clear collusion between the chair and Osterkamp that Kahiolani accused you guys of. And I submitted that and the chair did not share that. The Deputy Attorney General was aware of that because he was copied on that document. So he is colluding with the two of you guys to write this and to try to dilute the report that we had submitted. So Mike Curtis only shared with Jeffrey Osterkamp violating Chapter 92 Sunshine Law, showing collusion with Jeffrey Osterkamp to write his report. Commissioner Osterkamp then selectively used some of the information and left out important parts. So let's go through the records that I obtained.
Thank you, Ralph. Ms. Cam.
I don't have anything further.
Okay. Mr. Osterkamp, did you have anything to consider?
Nothing further.
Ms. Papalimo, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I think that, and I brought this up at a previous meeting when Commissioner Osterkamp shared with me that in writing his letter that he had spoken to you, and both of you denied it in that meeting. So I want to say thank you for that email follow-up. That shows that there was communication between the two of you. My concern is not with what's going on here right now, this back and forth. My concern is we still don't know where these extra ballots came from. And everybody seems to be getting lost in the weeds in this. 19,000 ballots would account for 25% of the vote on the Big Island. 25% almost. That could change county council seats if we had had referendums, any kind of, we don't even know what districts they were in or what precincts they came from. There's nothing. And this is why there's no integrity in this. Because the letter didn't even ask specifics of what we wanted to know. And that was my problem with the initial letter, is that, and now we get a letter back from John Hendricks after talking to Scott Nagel last week. And he said he didn't know how long it would take. All of a sudden, we have a letter back from Mr. Hendricks saying he gave all this information already. So if he gave all the information and it isn't there, because this is what Mr. Osterkamp's Commissioner Osterkamp's pig says, is that there isn't any more additional information, then where did it go? These are all the small little things that just show that there is not a legal paper trail for our voting. And now we've only done Kauai and the Big Island. I'd hate to see what would happen if we do Oahu and Maui. But for the Big Island, this is where I know that we have a problem here. And I'm not sure how we're going to solve this problem except to go back to paper ballots and voting in one day. We're not saying everybody. Remember, when we started this mail-in balloting, when you went into, for all the people that lined up to go in to vote, they were asking you to sign this paper, which was to be on mail-in balloting for the rest of your life. How do I know that? Because I refused to sign it. I said, I don't want to sign this. I don't want to be on mail-in balloting for the rest of my life. And you know what they told me? They told me I couldn't vote if I didn't sign it. We had to call someone from the clerk's office to come over to the service center, and I had to show them the HRS that stated clearly that you were not mandated to sign that letter in order to vote.
Thank you. Ms. McAdam, you got 3 minutes.
Commissioner, I don't have anything further to say.
Dylan, you got 3 minutes.
3 minutes. I'll take 30 seconds. And I just want to pray. Lord, I thank you that you're going to expose evil. I thank you that truth is going to reign supreme. I thank you, God, that you're going to give us wisdom and discernment, and you're causing people to stand for righteousness. We dedicate this all to you today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you,
Amen.
Dylan. Mr. Apana, did you have anything for us?
No comment.
Mr. Sabas?
No comment.
Ralph, you're on for 3 minutes.
Yes, Chair. So I've been accused that I have not submitted any proof and any records. I have submitted that, and I'm going to walk through this and the significance of these. Now, when I sent them in to you, they were neatly arranged. And then when you presented them to the public in the packets, you jumbled them all up, so they're going to be hard to read. But the first attachment is the 2024 Big Island General Box Dropbox collections log showing ballot envelopes collected from each Dropbox location. This was left out of Osterkamp's report. This report is very detailed, with 2 county officials traveling to drop boxes across the island, collecting the ballots from drop boxes, showing the time, date, and number of ballots picked up, and then confirming those numbers in the home office. So there's 4 people verifying the Dropbox collection records. The Big Island had approximately 27,000 and change envelopes picked up from the drop boxes. Not to be mistaken from the post office, these are Dropbox collections, very detailed records. I sent a UIPA request and they sent me those documents. The second attachment is the 2024 business reply mail receipts from the post office to the County of Hawaii, listing all mail pieces delivered, including ballot envelopes. We are an all mail-in election. If we can't trust the USPS records, how can we trust them to deliver the mail? So these are very detailed records. I went to the postmaster on Kauai and I asked them how they billed and how they did records. And what he told me was that every time they did a drop, they would rubber band the receipt on the envelopes every time a drop was made. So they have pictures back and front of every single envelope. And I think we could get those from the postal inspector. But I would venture to say that Mr. Osterkamp never checked with the post office. The County of Hawaii never checked it with the post office. Claire McAdam, who's an auditor, never checked with the post office to get receipts. How can getting receipts not be a good way to account for how many pieces of mail we have? The third attachment that I attached is an Excel spreadsheet, compiling that data so you can read it coherently. And those are from attachments 1 and 2. So that's the Dropbox receipts, and you can compare them on the spreadsheet, and you can see daily how many envelopes were delivered, and from each Dropbox, how many envelopes were picked up across the island. And then, so according to these records, the Hawaii County received 57,553 ballot envelopes. The state reported, however, shows that 76,595 ballots were counted. We're not disputing how many in-person people voted in person. So this is a clear number of mail-in only. So Mr. Osterkamp wanted to cloudy the report by adding in-person voting. We're simply asking, where did the mail-in come from? The fifth attachment that I sent is a UIPA request from the county's daily SVRS, statewide voter registration system, processing records, which was denied because the county does not keep SVRS records. So clearly showing we asked for those records that Mr. Osterkamp said clearly proves that they did everything right, but the county said they do not keep any records in the statewide voter registration system.
Thank you. You're referring to the attachments on item 5, I believe. Your 3 minutes is up. Ms. Cam.
How long do we keep doing this?
3 minutes until you're tired of talking, and maybe one more round, and then we would entertain a motion.
Okay, I have nothing further at the moment.
Okay, Ms. Jeffrey,
Nothing further.
Ms. Papalimu,
Nothing at this time.
Ms. McAdam,
Nothing further.
Mr. Andrian,
Nothing further.
Mr. Apana.
Nothing more.
Thank you, Mr. Sabas.
Yeah, briefly, clearly, there's a lot of questions being asked and answers that's not acceptable to some and acceptable to others. I hope going forward that we'll spend time in discussing how we can prevent most of what we're asking questions about now from happening in our next election. I hope that we can spend that time discussing strategies on what it is that we can do to correct wherever it may be the problems lie, whether it be at the county levels, with the mailing system, or even at the state level. I think we heard enough. We know that there are questions out there. And I commend the committee for putting in as much work as they did in time. But I'd like to move forward. And I hope again that in the next few meetings that we have before our next election, that we do spend time figuring it out so that we minimize all these questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sabas. Ralph, you're up again.
Yes, so I'm sorry, I have to go through the evidence that was provided so everybody can understand this. The sixth attachment is an email chain between Keikilani Ho and the county clerk discussing this discrepancy. The county blamed the post office for not providing receipts for the missing 19,042 envelopes, even though the USPS did provide receipts for 29,000 envelopes. So they're clearly saying that it's the post office's fault for not providing the records. The seventh attachment is a records request asking for any communication between Hawaii County and the USPS to resolve the discrepancy. And they replied, there is no communication. So if the Big Island really thought that those ballots came into the mail, they would have called the post office and said, hey, I got a big monkey on my back. Send me those receipts because the public think that these things were stuffed into the ballot boxes. They never did that. So you got to wonder why. The eighth attachment is a letter from the Chief Elections Officer, Scott Nago, to the Elections Commission dated March 17th, stating that records are electronic. So we can't see any records that they're claiming to prove that everything is up and up. On page 3 of that letter, Mr. Nagar explained that the SVRS itself now effectuates the language of HAR 3-1774553B, meaning the required forms are now electronic. In other words, the counties are no longer maintaining their own chain of custody records as required by the statute. All ballots accounting for transfer information is stored within the state SVRS system under the control of the Chief Elections Officer. This setup eliminates the independent county level documentation required by law and leaves no separate paper audit trail. The counties do not keep an independent records that are required by law. This also contradicts Mr. Nago's statement in that same letter that dividing responsibilities among elections officials establishes checks and balances. If the counties are not keeping their own records, there is no independent checks or balances, only one centralized electronic system controlled by the state. The biggest issue is they give us a one-page summary at the end of the election, and all we're asking to do is say, show us your work. And the ninth attachment is a UIPA response confirming that Hawaii County has no existing transfer of logs, the chain of custody manifest documenting the handoff of mail ballot containers to the state's counting center for the November 5th election. The county stated it does not maintain the records and suggests the state office of elections may hold them, and they do not either. The 10th attachment is the records request for the daily accepted rejected mail ballot counts from the SVRS, and the county does not maintain those records. The 12th is a request for the daily number of envelopes accepted through the SVRS, which was also denied. We are asking simply, show us your work. The 13th identifies the SVRS administrator as Scott Nago, Chief Elections Officer.
Thank you. Lindsay, did you have something?
Well, I have a motion I would like to make. However, as I stated before, I have to leave in 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay.
So I don't want to make it if I'm not going to be here for the vote.
Well,
Let's do it.
let's end with Mr. Osterkamp. You have comments?
Nothing further.
Lindsay, what motion would you like to make?
I move that in the future, the Elections Commission request that the Chief Elections Officer require the county clerks to produce reports based on verifiable paper trails of ballot envelopes collected and delivered to the counting centers.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
So
Yes,
one
Chair.
question is, what does verifiable mean? And this is not to pass doubt on Ms. Cam's motion. It's just, you know, it can be difficult in situations like this to get past the vagaries of language.
Okay, I'm very open to improving the vocabulary. So.
Verifiable, significant. Any other comments?
Yeah, do you not understand what I mean, though? I'm sorry.
No, I understand. Sorry, Chair. I should have been addressing you specifically. I mean, I think that what Ms. Cam is saying makes sense. Just
I move to amend the motion.
I'm speaking, please. It's just thinking through the, you know, how to make something like that effective, and not to say it can't be done. Just we might need to define our terms, I suppose.
Chair, I could be very prescriptive about the intent, but if we can just talk about it, it's clear. I mean, add up the ballots collected from the ballot boxes and the ballots received through the mail, add them up, and then with the ones that are eliminated because of signature verification or for other reasons, that total should corroborate the total that comes through SVRS.
Yeah. Lindsay made the motion. Who made the second?
I moved to amend the.
Someone did make a second. I don't know who.
Who did the second?
Commissioner Cushney made the second.
Thank you. Ralph.
I moved to amend the language to say, I move to advise the Chief Elections Officer to follow the law in accordance with HAR 3-177453B, that the chain of custody begins when the counties pick up ballots at the drop boxes and when they receive the ballots from the USPS.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
That was Dylan seconded? Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Correct,
Thank
Chair.
you. So the amendment is to amend the motion in rather than, could you follow the law is in place of or starts with where, Ralph?
So I move to advise the Chief Elections Officer to follow the law in accordance with HAR 3-177453B. The chain of custody begins when the counties pick up ballots at the drop boxes and receive ballots from the USPS.
So you're adding chain of custody reporting to the motion, or you're changing the motion to be chain of custody?
I'm changing the motion to be more specific.
Okay, what's missing then is that there's a report based on that.
So, Mr. Apana?
I wanted to ask the maker of the original motion, so I'm very clear what she's asking, because it might be redundant what is being requested. You're asking that all ballots that goes to the county, say Maui, may it be post office, walk-in, early voting, whatever, less, get that total. And also those spoiled or otherwise not deemed good, and send everything to the state. Is that what I'm hearing? Your motion is?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, send everything to the state.
Mr. Kushner, Commissioner
I think
Kushner wanted.
she
Mr.
mentioned
Kushner,
the election commission.
yeah. Mr. Kushner wanted to add in that the Dropbox and the mailbox votes be included, but I thought your motion included all of that already.
It did.
Okay.
I don't
Mr.
know what to
Kushner
say.
added the chain of custody law to be followed as well. In complying with the original motion, he wanted to add the chain of custody documentation to be added to the reports, the verifiable reports being requested from each of the clerks.
Last question.
Yes, Mr. Apana.
Mr. A, is the AG on?
The AG should be here. Yes, sir.
Is the AG on?
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Kushner is asking us to tell the Office of Election to follow the law. They need to do it already anyway. So are we being redundant or not?
I think to the extent that the motion is requesting to follow up a rule of the Office of the Elections, it may be deemed redundant, but it depends on what the intent of the request is. I mean, if you're asking that the Office of Elections is already required to follow its own rules, the answer is yes. They are required to follow the rules established under Chapter 3177.
Yeah. So okay, I'm finished.
Chair,
Thank you.
may I speak?
Yes, Mr. Osterkamp.
3-177-453B does not refer to chain of custody. And when we make motions that say, follow the law and the law is such and such, well, if you misquote the law, then that's not a proper motion. What subsection B says is, quote, the clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all marked sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. The accounting of marked sense ballots by the clerk shall be recorded on forms prescribed by the chief election officer, end of quote.
Lindsay.
I recognize that the counties and the Office of Election believes that they already are following the law, and that's fine. What I'm asking is for them to provide corroboration for what the SVRS kicks out, because nobody else can look at that besides them. And it would be easy enough to have a count of the actual ballots. They do it anyway, they just don't do it carefully. And then that would corroborate what they're already doing. They can keep doing exactly what they're doing, but then on the side, keep careful records of the envelopes that they collect and add them up and subtract the spoiled ones and come up with a number. And then we can see how close the paper count is to the computer count. So I don't think I want to say that we that they should follow the law. That's different from what I'm asking.
And that's the amendment.
Yes.
I would ask for a 10-minute break.
I have my hand up.
While the secretary types in the motion and the amendment into the chat so that we can all see it. Can we come back to you, Ms. Papalima?
Oh, mine is just a question for Scott Nagel on that form that's mentioned in the law.
Okay, let's discuss that after we have the motion and the amendment in the chat.
Thank
Lindsay,
I'll be gone in 10 minutes. So can we postpone voting on this until our next meeting?
I would prefer to address it right now.
Let's take a vote.
So there's an amendment that includes direction for the chief election officer to follow the law, especially regards to chain of custody. Is that essentially the amendment to the motion?
The amendment was to advise the chief elections officer to follow law in accordance with HAR 3-177453B. And we can take chain of custody out when the counties pick up ballots at the drop box and receive ballots at the post office. That recording start when they pick up the ballots from the drop boxes and when they pick up the ballots when the mail is delivered or if they go to the post office. That's when they start keeping records.
Chair,
So
that's not what it says. That rule does not say that.
Wait. So the amendment is to instruct the chief election officer to follow the law 3-177-453B. And then any additional comments by Ralph or commentary, he wants us to follow this law specifically. And that's the amendment to this motion. Is there other discussion on this amendment?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so on the Elections Commission website, it says, how do you ensure elections officials don't throw away our ballots? So that is the quote on their website. And it says, ballots are always transported and processed in the presence of official observers. Official observers serve as the eyes and ears of the public and monitor that elections officials are maintaining the security and integrity of elections. Additionally, the number of ballots received and counted are reconciled at the end of each day to ensure there's no discrepancies. So that's basically what we're asking to do on their website, but they don't. We want the record to start when they collect the ballots at the drop box, which they already have, and the ballots from the post office, which they have most of. And what's happening right now is that they say they keep these records in the SVRS. The problem with that is that there is a lag in time between when those records are reported. And right now, the SVRS records, the only thing we're getting is a one-page printout at the end of the election. So with this pile of ballots, you can picture this sitting in the floor of the elections office. How do we know ballots aren't being added or taken out? And that's what they say on the website. So this accounting for tracking how many they pick up is just simple record keeping that everybody expects that we're doing. So I'm in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Ms. Papalimou, did you have any discussion on this amendment? Otherwise, we'll call for a roll call on the amendment. Instruct the CEO to follow the law and track the chain of custody, essentially.
I think she thought she was messaging Aaron. Was she
Any other discussion on the amendment? Otherwise, I would ask a roll call on the amendment to the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion?
Right.
Commissioner Apana?
That was a no.
No.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Kushney?
Yes.
Commissioner Cam?
No.
Commissioner McAdam?
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
No.
Commissioner Papalimou?
No.
Commissioner Sabas?
No.
Chair Curtis?
No. Back to the
The
original
motion does not
motion.
pass.
The motion to have election commission request that the chief election officer require county clerks to produce reports based on verifiable paper trail to be submitted to the county accounting centers. Is that your motion, Lindsay?
No.
Go ahead.
And I'd like to amend it.
Well, state it as you originally stated.
That is it. Yeah.
If it's
If you
misquoted
were
here.
asking me if that was correctly stated, yes, it was.
Okay.
And I would just like to tweak it a bit.
Okay, make your
Okay.
amendment.
Okay. So I move that the Elections Commission advise the Chief Elections Officer to require the county clerks to produce reports based on hand counts of ballot envelopes collected and delivered to the counting centers.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Would you read the amendment, please? That's advise the CEO
To require the county clerks to produce reports based on hand counts of ballot envelopes collected and delivered to the counting centers.
discussion.
I have a discussion.
Is
if
there
I
a second?
There was a second. I believe Dylan, you seconded that one?
No, that was Commissioner Papalumu.
I think that
Oh,
was
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Papalimu. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Papalimo, you wanted to discuss it?
Yes, I do want to do, I have a question first before my discussion. Mr. Nago, this
Wait,
rule,
we're discussing the amendment.
yes, it has to do with the amendment. It's going to
Okay.
help me make a decision on voting on this amendment.
Okay, I apologize for
Thank you. Mr. Nago, the law states on a form that you give to them. Are they in possession of that form?
Yes, so we say the form that we prescribe is the statewide voter registration system. And
So
they are
it's
in
not
possession.
a paper form.
No, the form is the statewide voter registration system.
Okay, so this is why none of this is going to make sense. See, the law, we want the law, we are expecting to see a form. And there is no form for us, right? To see.
There's a form. I mean, you can see the results from the statewide voter registration system, but like I said, like it was said, it's not by day, it's a cumulative number.
So would we be
That's
able
the
to
problem.
see? Right, so we would be able to see a form daily.
Yes, if it was pulled daily.
So that's what we need. We need that form pulled daily. And the only person that can do that is you. Am I correct?
Well, the county can also pull that form because that's what they also reconcile with.
That's what they reconcile daily with?
They should be reconciling daily with.
And so we're requesting the wrong forms. We need to request that form that they pull daily.
What are you looking for?
All right,
And
thank
I
you
believe
very
that
much
form
for
was
that
already provided
question.
to the commission.
Oh, you're gonna let me out. Okay, I get it.
Lindsay, did you have something?
We can add daily, produce reports based on daily hand counts of ballot envelopes.
On daily verifiable paper trails.
No, I took those words out.
Oh, okay.
I replaced it with hand counts of ballot envelopes.
So your motion was to amend this motion to
Add the word daily.
daily in front of verifiable?
No. Okay, so it goes like this. The Elections Commission advised the Chief Elections Officer to require the county clerks to produce reports. Maybe that's where daily should go. To produce daily reports based on hand counts of ballot envelopes collected and delivered to the counting centers.
Is that amendment clear? Any additional discussion?
Yes, Chair, I would like to amend that to say that.
Well, we're talking about this amendment. You can address this amendment and then make another one afterwards, but this amendment is what we're talking about.
Yeah. I have a question, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
Mr. Savas.
Yeah, Lindsay, by hand count, do you mean that each ballot will be counted by hand? And if so, how feasible is that? I mean, we're talking about thousands of ballots.
Well, I know that they hand count the ones they pick up from the ballot boxes, and then they receive some from the post office. I was under the impression that they counted those as well.
No, machine.
I guess.
Well, the machine comes later. I mean,
Mr. Chair, can I ask Scott?
Certainly, certainly.
Yeah, Scott, is that
Share
a
with us
practice?
how it works now.
It depends on the county. So in the county of Kauai, they were hand counting those things. However, in the report in the first page report that we noted, there was a discrepancy and there are errors with hand counts. Hand counts are not as accurate as a machine count. Now, on the island of Oahu, where you're talking about where over half the registered voters reside, you're looking anywhere from 20,000 to 30,000 ballots a day. To hand count that, they'd still be counting for the whole week.
Hmm.
And I venture to guess it's not going to be accurate.
Thank you.
Other discussion on the amendment?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So this, Scott Nago is saying directly contradicts what he has on his website. It says, how do you ensure the elections officials don't throw away your ballots? You can find it on his website. The answer is ballots are always transported and processed in the presence of official observers. Now, that's not true. Official observers serve as the eyes and ears of the public and monitor that election officials are maintaining the security and integrity of the elections. Additionally, the number of ballots received and counted are reconciled at the end of each day to ensure there's no discrepancies.
How does that relate to this amendment and motion?
Well, that's what Lindsay's asking for, and Scott Nago is saying that's not possible. I just want to point out the hypocrisy. People think this is being done. Everybody thinks the chain of custody is being kept. So this is very important. It's got to be kept. We got to know how many envelopes they collect every day. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? All those let's have a roll call for the amendment.
Commissioner Andrian?
Sorry, can we have the whole motion as amended, either in the chat or restated, please?
Yes. Motion to have the Election Commission advise the Chief Election Officer to require county clerks to produce daily reports based on hand counts of ballot envelopes collected and delivered to the counting centers.
Could you copy the amendment that's in the chat and
Yes,
update
I
it?
can.
I'm sorry, the motion in the chat to be the amendment and amend it with the amended motion.
Yes, Chair.
So copy that original and put the amendment in there. Yes, Lindsay, what you have?
To the secretary, when you do that, the counting centers are not county counting centers. They are state counting centers.
Oh, okay.
So let's take a 10-minute break. And Lindsay, I'm sorry. Let's take a 10-minute break while the secretary works on that written amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I too may have to leave at around 1 or so.
Okay, then let's keep at it. Can we get that printed in the chat? The amended motion that we're voting on the amendment for?
Yes, Chair, just a moment.
Thank you.
So are we taking a break or no?
No.
No, not right now. We're gonna move on this motion. Amended motion to have the
Can I add
election
discussion while we
commission
wait for the?
Here it
advise the
is.
chief election officer
Oh.
to require county clerks to produce daily reports based on hand counts of ballot envelopes collected and delivered to the counting centers. Any other discussion?
Yes. So where does the county offices come when they collect the ballots from the drop box at the post office? Are we talking about that? Or
The county, we're asking the county clerks for reports daily on the ballots received.
Into the county offices when they receive them.
Yeah.
daily. Okay. Those aren't state counting centers.
No,
Okay.
Delivered to the clerk's office rather than the accounting centers? Is that what the amendment's implying?
oh, I see, it might be confusing,
Collected and delivered to the county
okay.
elections office.
The county
It's-
Is that right, Lindsay?
Oh, gosh, I see that can be misread.
But we want the clerks to report, so the elections, the ballots that go to the clerk's office, election center, whatever, it's the county clerks that are that the CEO is going to be asking for these reports. That's correct?
Yes, so they do two things. They collect them and then they deliver them. Let's see, let's take out and delivered then. Just leave it at collected.
So period after collected. And
Period
delivered to
after
the county
collected.
clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so that's the accurate amendment with a period after collected as stated in the chat. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Sabas, did you have something?
No.
Okay. Okay, would ask for a roll call then on the amended motion.
Yes, sure. Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Ms.
Commissioner
Cuthbert,
Papalimu, are you still with us?
she's muted.
Okay. Excuse.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes. Thank you. Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
Yes,
the motion passes.
the motion to amend the motion. Now we're back to the original motion as amended. Is there discussion?
Could you
Would
read
ask-
the motion?
Amended motion to have, let's see, motion to have the election commission advise the chief election officer to require the county clerks to produce daily reports based on hand counts of ballot envelopes collected. Their discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Yep.
So in Scott Nago's letter, he says that there's checks and balances. And what we just discovered is there are no checks and balances between the county and the state. We're just comparing Scott Nago's records to Scott Nago's reports. So this amendment, this motion would have a county record that can be compared to the state record. So I'm voting for this.
Other discussion? Would ask for a roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Mr. Osterkamp, would you like to make a motion regarding your report?
No.
Are there any other discussion on the pig report on agenda item 6?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah. So we still got to get to the bottom of what's going on. So
Do you have a motion?
yes, I move to send a letter from the Elections Commission to the USPS Inspector General asking them how many ballots were delivered to the County of Hawaii during the 2024 general election broken out by how many ballots were returned by voters versus how many were simply undeliverable and returned to sender. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Seconds, Commissioner Andrion.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
So we got to show some kind of accountability, and we got to know where these ballots are coming from. And nobody has talked to the post office. So I'm suggesting that we send a letter from the commission, not from Scott Nago, from the commission, asking for the USPS Inspector General to let us know what happened and why they don't have these reports for us. So I think this is an easy ask, and I hope that everybody can vote yes on this. Thank you.
Other discussion? We'll ask for a roll call then.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam, excused. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
So going back to the agenda, we have Ralph's letter of October 20th, 2026. This is item 5 on the agenda. We skipped it for item 6. Now we're back to 5. Ralph, you got your letter of September 20th and all the attachments. What would you like to comment?
I got a motion to make. So I move to have the Deputy Attorney General provide in writing within 2 weeks his opinion that emails sent to and from the commission to and from the Elections Commission email address can be withheld from the commission and from the public, and how the chair can receive legal advice from the Deputy Attorney General that the commission is not entitled to. I'll say that again. I move to have the Deputy Attorney General provide in writing within 2 weeks his opinion that emails sent to and from the Elections Commission email address can be withheld from the rest of the commissioners and from the public, and how the chair can receive legal advice from the DAG that the commission is not entitled to.
Is there a second?
Seconds, Commissioner Andrion.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So under HRS 11-7, the Elections Commission is a single 9-member body that acts only by majority vote. The chairperson is part of the commission, but does not constitute a separate legal client. According to Hawaii Rules of Professional Conduct 1.13, a lawyer employed by a government organization represents the organization itself, not any individual officer or member. Therefore, the Deputy Attorney General's client is the commission as a whole, not the chair personally. The DAG cannot give confidential or privileged advice to one commissioner, including the chair, that is withheld from the rest of the commission. Doing so would create a divided loyalty and violate the duty of the organizational client. In short, the chair is not a separate client. The commission is the client. All commissioners are entitled to equal access to counsel and to all legal communications provided to the chair in that capacity. And also, the Deputy Attorney General is giving advice to the Office of Elections, and that's totally prohibited. So I would like to get his opinion that he can do that in writing. That's a simple ask. Thank you.
There was a second and discussion.
So that chair, I'll be voting in favor of the motion. The Deputy AG's opinion is the Deputy AG's opinion, whether it's in favor or against Commissioner Kushney's outline. So I don't think there's a reason to not ask the Deputy AG for his opinion.
Yes, Mr. Apana.
Yeah, I'll be voting no, because I think as a commissioner, we can go to the AG ourselves. Even Commissioner Kushner said that we as individuals can use the AG, and I have used them several times in this meeting for my own knowledge, not on behalf of everybody, because I wanted to know. And I think he can do the same on his own without, I guess, entangling everyone in it. Just write the letter or call him up and get an answer.
So I would like to get his opinion. So we're just saying, tell us what it is.
You can ask him personally or write to him. It doesn't have to come from the whole rigmarole. Otherwise, every time we ask the AG a question, we're going to have to take a vote. Are we going to do this as a group? No, if it's important to you, just do it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Dylan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to encourage our commission to vote yes on this. I believe the intent is so that this can be a part of public record. And if you read through Commissioner Kushner's letter, you'll see why there's raised concerns, and why I believe is the reason why he's making the motion, is so that the response from the Deputy AG can be public for everyone to see. Because the public, as you heard from testimony today, do want to know why there is redacted emails between the different parties.
Other discussion, Mr. Sabas.
Yes, I think the request is a valid one. But I wonder, why wouldn't we just go to the top, to the Attorney General herself, and ask that, ask an opinion at that end? Because we already know how in practice the deputy has been responding to this request. But of course, realizing that, it probably would take time, and sometimes the Attorney General's office may not even respond, or they'll take their time at it. But that's just my comment, that why not ask the Attorney General herself for an opinion on this matter?
Would you like to amend the motion?
No, you can change your motion.
Ralph, you filed actions with this question, what, of the Ethics Committee as well?
I have not to the Ethics Commission. I want to get a written opinion, because Dag Yee told us that according to 11.7, that the commission acts by majority vote, and that the Attorney General's office would only answer questions from the commission as a whole. So we're getting conflicting information from different Attorney Generals. So I think it would be great to ask the Attorney General herself, what is the rule?
Ms. Papalimo, please mute yourself. Thank you. Other discussion? Would ask for a roll call vote.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Andrion?
Aye.
Commissioner Apana?
No.
Commissioner Kushner?
Yes.
Commissioner Cam? Excused. Commissioner McAdam?
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
No.
Commissioner Papalimu?
Yes, and my apologies. I was yelling at my grandchild.
No worries. Commissioner Sabas?
No.
Chair Curtis?
No.
The motion does not pass.
There other discussion on your letter, Ralph? Or other motions?
Nope, I think the public has seen that you guys are concealing stuff from the public and from the rest of the commission. It's out there. And if you're just creating more and more doubt with what's going on here at the Elections Commission, and getting a simple written opinion is really not that hard. And let's just settle this by all of this stuff. Mr. Apana is going to the attorney on all these different things. It's out of hand, and we need to get some rules in place so that everybody knows how this thing is operating. So the public sees what you guys are doing, and there will be a day of reckoning, I guess.
Thank you for your threat. Item 7 is formal complaints. These are all chain of custody. complaints. We can go over them individually, or Ralph, would you like to itemize your complaint regarding chain of custody?
Yes.
You know, before we get into this, let's take a 10-minute break. Is that okay, Ralph? Please?
Yep.
Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break. Could you put a 10-minute timer on the screen, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Aloha. Could we ask the secretary to do a roll call again for?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Andrian,
Here.
Commissioner Apana,
Here.
Commissioner Kushni,
Yes, here.
Commissioner Camps excused, Commissioner Amigato,
I'm here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes, I'm here.
Chair Curtis.
Here.
Okay, we have quorum.
Returning to formal complaints, item 7, we grouped the ones regarding chain of custody. I think we'll have to have, we don't have to have, we get to have public testimony on chain of custody complaints in item 7 on the agenda. I would entertain public testimony. Miss, could you announce and put them on a 3-minute timer, please?
Oh, hi, yes. Okay, there they are, the raised hands. Okay, the first testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Austin Martin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I have one of my complaints, what I should say one of many in here, but it as a general sort of you know, disappointment or complaint overall is that this commission is not actually enforcing the election office to follow the law. So regarding the chain of custody items, there's such a convoluted discrepancy here with the chief election officer saying that he went to the state voter registration system as a way of having that be the paper trail that is required by law. The record keeping of the chain of custody, the amount of ballots coming in, who signs off on those ballots when they get picked up, how many ballots were picked up, are there any observers present? All of those things he's saying is part of this voter registration system. However, when last year during the election season, the beginning day of counting, I asked for these records and then didn't hear anything else, was gaslighted the whole time. I sent several emails requesting this as an official observer. And for the chief election officer to say they're now being kept on this voter registration system, why didn't they tell me that? It goes against what he said in his March 17th letter. He was basically saying, well, you know, we don't have these records and it was human error. Well, how can it be human error if I asked and requested them? Wouldn't that prompt them to remember that this is a requirement by law and not just a suggestion? This is the problem. It is a requirement by law. 91, chapter 91, procedures for changing rules. He didn't do that. 11/1642, it requires a verifiable paper trail. HAR 3-177453 is the procedures on how to do that paper trail. The SVS is not verifiable. Nobody can see it. It's like the ballots being sucked into the machine. No one gets to see what really happens when they pop out. Nobody gets to see how that works in the machines. All of this is convoluted, and it would be really easy to fix this problem, this big dumpster fire that you call an election, by going back to verifiable ballots at the precinct level where people can see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Peter Bernegger.
Mr. Martin.
Aloha, and thank you for hearing me today. My name is Austin Martin. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii, just to introduce myself. And I play a few different roles in the liberty movement out here. Unfortunately, in 2022, while I was an observer, I was threatened with arrest for asking questions and trying to file complaints exactly along the lines, I mean, exactly what we're discussing today and what comes up every election cycle. And right now, there's a game where they can play plausible deniability to deny the validity of these complaints or confusion and inflict confusion about them long enough to get to the next election cycle. And that effectively makes it very difficult to actually get any of the complaints to land and ever cause real enforcement of the law. The attorney generals are totally compromised. They helped the Elections Commission and the Office of Elections cover up my complaints in 2022. And this year as well. There's one that's been ignored, that's been escalated today. This is affecting our ability as a party to field candidates who want to enforce these laws and want to see the election system cleaned up. It's absolutely absurd. The people who try to say, oh, they're trying to restrict access to voting, it's not even true. It's an attempt to try to gaslight people into questioning their reality long enough for the fraud to occur and for them to get away with it. And it's not like there's a ton of people involved in this conspiracy. We're the most powerful country in the world, arguably, and Hawaii is an important, geopolitically important place for a number of reasons. And so there are a lot of big interests that are very interested in our politics out here, even third-party politics. So it's quite ignorant to say we shouldn't audit, we shouldn't look, we shouldn't follow the law, which is what the elections commissioners, some of them are exactly saying and doing by their actions. The attorney generals do not have personal attorney-client privilege, or should not have, with any member of the commission, and advising them privately is beyond inappropriate. And I actually filed a federal lawsuit about this in 2022. Unfortunately, that lawsuit was suppressed and was misinterpreted, I believe intentionally, by the court. And I believe that there is a pretty large political effort by the Democratic left in Hawaii to cover up what is clearly a crime being conducted against our democracy, against our republic. So as a third party chair, it's very frustrating to not be able to get the basic data that the law says that we're entitled to. And that hampers us, that hurts us, that hurts our ability to do politics and engage in elections. So they are fundamentally alienating huge numbers of voters and then accusing the people asking for transparency of being the ones to alienate voters. It's just reject the ridiculous confusion. It's really simple. The numbers don't add up, and these guys are lying about it and covering up the records that we need to get to the bottom of what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
It's really that simple. They need to go to jail. And
Thank
the
you,
attorney
Mr. Martin.
generals are.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Peter Bernegger, followed by Tara Rojas.
Yes, I'm testifying on my complaint I filed under 7D, and it is a federal HAVA complaint I filed against the Office of Elections and the 4 county clerks. There were HAVA violations, including missing mail-in envelopes, which really totals upwards of 24,000 of them, and when you include the counties of Hawaii and Kauai. The other 2 counties of Maui and Honolulu failed to keep election documents, which is also a HAVA violation. Yesterday, I received a response from the Office of Elections signed by Scott Nago, and he sent the response saying the Office of Elections doesn't have jurisdiction. Well, I can testify that's legally wrong. And it's in fact another violation of HAVA. HAVA specifically gives the chief election officer of a state jurisdiction to enforce, implement the HAVA requirements. And he was supposed to decide, or the office was supposed to decide my HAVA complaint within 90 days after an evidentiary hearing on the record. Instead, he just said there's no jurisdiction and closed my case. So there's a situation here where your chief election officer has violated federal law again, and it still leaves this gap of some 24,000 missing envelopes compared to the number of ballots coming in through the mail. But I'm asking the commission then under HRS 11.8 the chief election officer is appointed by and serves at the pleasure of this commission and, quote, must carry out all duties and responsibilities imposed upon the officer by law. So under HRS 11.7, this commission supervises the chief election officer and has the power to enforce election laws. Now, because HAVA makes the state responsible for providing a hearing and a written determination, this commission is the body with that duty now when the Office of Elections refuses. So I ask you tonight yet to direct the chief election officer to reopen my complaint, schedule a hearing, which is required by Title 52 USC 21112, and produce the records needed to reconcile the election, which is also required by, triggered by my HAVA complaint. Now, last is under the HAVA section 402, the state must provide the hearing. So if the office will not, which they said yesterday in writing they won't, the commission must reassert jurisdiction and direct the Office of Elections to comply. Otherwise, the commission and the commissioners are in violation of federal HAVA, which opens up a can of worms for each of you. So I appreciate you that you take care of this tonight. Reassert the jurisdiction, direct your chief election officer to process my HAVA and hold a evidentiary hearing like he's supposed to per federal law. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Aloha, yes.
Okay. Man, gotta breathe during this meeting because, again, the will of the people is not being heard. The elections is about the will of the people. But what we're talking about here is the corruption happening, the hiding, the mismanagement of the votes, which again are the will of the people. When you look at this agenda item, complaints, and we know that some complaints have been missing. We know complaints in previous meetings have been disregarded or just, swept under the rug, just, not even heard. We've seen that. That's an issue. Now, one of the other testifiers, who's kind of on like the other side of those who are like kind of hiding, like it's on his page, like he says, the minority of the commission members. There should be no majority minority on this election commission. You all gotta put aside your thoughts. You gotta listen to the people, and then from there, formulate your response. Not an automatic because I'm the majority or I'm left or I'm right. There should be no majority minority on this election commission. So the minority, who is like the will of the people, is not being heard. And it was stated in their post. I'm gonna say this, but McAdams, Chair, can you please have all commissioners pay attention to the people, please? If you want to step down, be a secretary, have her be a secretary, but not a commissioner. A commissioner listens, yeah? I'm gonna say this. This was somebody else's testimony, Atita's testimony. So it's not my words, but I loved how she worded it. So I'm gonna state it here. When police, judges, political leaders, and election officials hide misconduct, it is not politics, it is crime. A democracy cannot function when those entrusted with authority use it to shield wrongdoing. When government actors suppress evidence, intimidate witnesses, block investigations, manipulate election processes, destroy or hide records, refuse to enforce the law, or certify results, they know they are compromised. They are not merely failing their duties, they are committing felonies. These actions constitute obstruction of justice, fraud under color of law, conspiracy to violate civil rights, tampering with election processes, abuse of authority, and misprision of felony, which is the knowing concealment of a crime. When the system protects itself instead of the public, the rule of law collapses. Election integrity is not partisan. It is constitutional. when corruption crosses branches, including police, judiciary, political offices, and election administration, it is no longer misconduct, it is organized criminal conduct by state actors. So, and I know some of you had different roles in like county and, you know, this fake state government. So you all know like the loopholes and whatnot. Listen to the will of the people.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Aloha, guys. Good to see you all again. Hopefully, you guys can see and hear me. Can you? Am I coming in, Chair?
Yes, sir.
Great. So thank you guys for having this meeting. I don't know why it's so long. You know, I appreciate you guys listening to us. We had a lot of stuff that came out, and I don't know what to say about this federal corruption. To me, it's blatant fraud, and we removed the old chief of police because he touched the mailbox. Now, I know it's not Chair Curtis's fault. However, the system is rigged, and that's why a lot of people aren't voting or don't trust the system. We don't get that many voters, especially from the younger generation, because we don't believe in this kukai that's going down, and no one's going to take blame. I already realized this, just like Donald Trump's not going to accept that he's not going to give food stamps. You know, they're trying to put this stuff and to control. It's like control, intimidation, and domination. So I appreciate what other testifiers have already said, like Peter doing a great job putting stuff out, Keone Payton, and I didn't know Osterkramp got bribed by Israel, because I had 250 UN senators, that's your senators too, that all got bribed by Israel, by AIPAC, AIPAC. They went there to plant 50 flags in Israel, Diamond Garcia, Senator Samantha McCourt, and they're all part of the Israel buyout. So are they affecting our elections? Yes. Does Israel affect our politics? Yes. Instead of helping the people of Pakistan, an apartheid state and country, we're helping Israel bomb and kill them. We're giving them more money and more of that kukat. And I don't agree with any of this stuff that's going down. How is
That doesn't have anything to do with chain of custody.
the chain of custody is the stuff I already said before, Chair Chris. So I don't want to repeat what I said in the last testimony because there's no receipts. If you show me a receipt, I will believe you. You show me the numbers, we can back it up because I can run the numbers all day. Same thing with Kauai, same thing with Big Island. And I don't trust Claire McAdams to do the accounting. You need somebody else independent that is separate. Yes, she's an auditor, great. But if she actually reveals the truth, do you think Hawaii County is going to keep her? No, because they're going to introduce federal fraud. So I understand what you guys are dealing with. No one's going to admit to shit, but we have to get this addressed. How you guys do it, I'll pass it on back to you. That's all for my time. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Judith Mills Wong.
Good afternoon. You're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, gotcha.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I've been testifying at the Election Commission since 2021. I ran for office in 2022, and I also served as an official state election observer in 2024, both during the primary and general election. And I've testified previously to my specific observations during the process of counting during the primary and general elections. I also journeyed out to the Verification Signature Center, and I was stationed at the Kapolei Voter Service Center on election day and I saw the very last voter vote after midnight. Just to give you that wide perspective, I filed a complaint in February 2025, specifically regarding chain of custody. That's always been my concern. That was the basis of my complaint in 2022 following the election. I've never really received a response with regards to specifically the chain of custody. I did receive a response from the District 37 audit, and I appreciated that. I appreciate the Office of Elections and the volunteers who participated in that audit. And I am on record on accepting the results of that audit. But I want to take us back to the chain of custody again. There, as previously said, there were notable issues that I did ask right there on the spot when I was at the Signature Verification Center, asking why were the ballots counted at the drop box when they picked it up? No. Why? Because there's no time. Then they dumped the ballots out on the table. And I asked, do they count them here? The answer was no. And then I asked why, because they said they don't have time. So then I reported that on the state side to Mr. Nago post-election during our debriefing. And he basically said he can't control what the county clerks do. The county clerks have their area of responsibility and the state does. So how do we reconcile this? And I think that's what everybody's been trying to say. How do we reconcile this? How do we make it right? And, people have offered suggestions. People have voiced their frustrations and concerns, understandably. So why does it feel like there's pushback from some of the commissioners to make things right? That's all we're asking for, to make it pono. And so, I'm still waiting for a response specifically addressing the chain of custody. So are we here to just provide testimony and then you're going to say you heard testimony and that's it? When do we get a response, Chair Curtis? Mahalo.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Judith Mills Wong, followed by Derek Medeiros.
Aloha, Judith
Aloha.
Mills Wong. Many of the formal complaints that are listed here ask the Elections Commission to review basically personal studies outlined in their respective letters. The League of Women Voters supports official oversight of the elections and the results. And speaking to what Ms. Detweiler just said, we also support changes in oversight of chain of custody. But we feel like that the studies that have been conducted, the PIGs and possibly forthcoming audit by a state auditor, ought to be taken seriously. Just because you don't agree with the results doesn't mean you have the right to just invalidate the results. I just want to say that complaints are not facts. Accusations are not facts. Opinions are not facts. Only facts are facts. But when the facts are presented and supported, then they need to be trusted. You can't just keep going around in the circle because you don't like the facts. So I also want to say, I fail to understand why having a lawyer who understands the law and an auditor who understands auditing is a conflict of interest. That seems to be a very good idea. And in any of the complaints that the commission deals with, I hope they will use professionals who know what they're doing and who understand what to look for and how to evaluate facts. And then a bit off the topic, I want to endorse something that was said by two of the commissioners. It is very, very disturbing that so many testifiers are threatening commissioners with felonies and with death. And I certainly hope you can find a way to prevent that from happening in the future. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you, Judith.
The next testifier is Derek Medeiros, followed by Doug Pasnick.
Mr. Medeiros.
Okay, thank you for the time, but so that person before me, this is why we run into this kind of problems. There's no death threats made. Stop exaggerating. This is just letting everybody know, stop fooling around already, man. Ours our vote. Our vote counts. But here's a solution for you guys' problem. For me, I can see that there's people in this commission that makes it impossible for the state to be held in a position of being the ones that is trying to be in charge of the election process. But people here in the commission that is doing everything they possibly can to vote the other way instead of the right way. Yeah. So do all us a favor and place the elections where it used to be. Put it back in the county. All 4 counties, we have our own elections office in our county on the Big Island. It seems that you guys cannot push forward. You guys are incompetent on managing this part of our election. So put it back in the county. You guys have your guys' state election, just separate it. The two governments shouldn't be running side by side like the way they are right now. The state should never be in charge of the county's elections. Because this is exactly why. Right? Apana, Astrakhan, right? Curtis, Saba. Because of guys like you guys, McAdams, that don't want to do what's right. As adults, you guys know what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. But you guys choose the wrong. Influenced by what? Money? Corruption? Come on, guys. Put it back in the county so we, in our county, don't have to deal with fools like you guys. Okay? We're sick and tired of this corruption. And it's not going to get better. And you guys have the nerve to sit there and go against something that's right. You guys no more kids, no more grandkids. You're not worried about their future. Must have get a nice payout. Complaints should be taken care of. Why isn't it being taken care of? Right? That's the question. Why isn't it taken care of? Because what? Corporations. Right? You guys are paid by these corporations to do what you guys doing over there. We can see through you guys. You guys think we're dumb, but I'm telling you right now, we see more than you guys even think we see. But yeah, do us a favor, put it back in our county, because I have faith that the county, since we have our own election process, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, because you guys cannot come up with the plan. You guys are incompetent for doing this job.
Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick, followed by Keone Payton.
Mr. Pasnick.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Doug Pasnick. I'm a colonel, United States Marine Corps, retired, and I'm presenting this information to the agenda item 7B, which is my petition, as one of the people, all from the public record, and to supplement a petition filed under your rules, and to which identifies multiple matters concerning the administration of elections. I hope the commissioners have taken the time to read the petitions. This petition is the conclusion of 4 prior filings to this body, all on the record on July 9th and August 20th of 2024, and March 12th of 2025 and July 8th of 2025. Each one warning that Hawaii's elections were not being certified in accordance with the law. In 2022, the Chief Elections Officer, Mr. Nago, signed certificates of election on November 28th before the election was certified. That was before a comparison and reconciliation of all logs and records was complete, and before campaign spending reports were even filed, contrary to HRS 11-155, 156, and 331. The certificate was signed before the election was certified, and that remains an unrefuted fact. The governor and lieutenant governor were then inaugurated a week later, presented to the people as lawfully elected before lawful certification, and that is also a fact. If done knowingly, this constitutes willful disregard of the certification statutes and therefore potential election fraud under HRS 19.3, paragraph 8. Those prior 4 petitions asked this commission to investigate and advise the CEO to certify the elections only in accordance with statute, but instead each time the commission failed to act. In August of 24, when a motion was brought to advise the CEO to certify the election in accordance with HRS 11-155, that motion did not pass, with Chair Curtis, Commissioner Osterkamp, McAdam, and Kawado voting no. They voted against lawful certification. Now, a year later, your own Permitted Interaction Group has confirmed that the 2024 election was not certified in accordance with 11-155, and that the required records do not exist. So my question is simple, and it always has been. So how is it possible to sign a certificate of election before the election is certified? Last year, this commission declined to affirm the law. This year, its own investigation proves the consequence of that decision. And this is not a single error. It's a pattern of failures, failure to investigate, rescission of oversight, and disregard of statutory safeguards that protect every voter in Hawaii. And last week, the Chief Elections Officer himself issued a letter responding to this complaint on behalf of the commission. Under 3-170, the commission is the body to receive the investigation, not the Office of Elections. But you allowed the CEO, as one of the respondents, to claim authority and decide that the complaint was not valid, and he declared it concluded. And that act alone confirms that every misfeasance and conflict of interest this petition describes.
Thank you.
Accordingly, let this testimony serve as formal notice of intent. The commission and the chief elections officer are on record as having been informed again of these violations, and continued refusal to enforce election laws following this notice constitutes knowing and willful misconduct outside the protection of sovereign or qualified immunity. This
Thank you,
commission.
Mr. Pasnick. Thank you. Thank you. Next.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Tara Malia Gregory.
Oh, did I get through?
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear.
We're on a roll today. You're allowing me to speak 2 times today. Right on. Appreciate that. Lindsay, you know, I'm gonna apologize for my language earlier. Just frustrating. But okay, back to my thing. So what you guys did, you guys are getting the League of Women Voters riled up, sending them email that this commission would be a threat to their democracy. Under HRS Chapter 1143, specifically for people with disabilities, you have amendments for that. You're threatening them. They're not going to lose their rights. We want paper ballot, walk-up voting. Just like Murphy's Law. We acknowledge Murphy's Law that what can go wrong eventually will go wrong. There are too many mechanisms in place that can go wrong, and they've went wrong. So now we have to shift back to what we've done before, and it worked before. You guys, by law, need to keep the ballots within your in your hands for 2 years in case there are any discrepancies. Make it go back to county. County, we had separate voting days from you guys. Our county ballots. Now you're asking our county for our correct counts? Well, when we gave it to you guys, there's the problem again. So I move that I can't move, but it'd be a great idea if we brought it back to the county level. And also, stop gaslighting the old Kupunas, saying that they're going to lose their voting rights, that they're going to have to, if they're disabled, they're going to have to drive there. We just want a safer, more transparent, and honest voting system. My grandma, she didn't even have a car. She worked every election in the 80s. She took me. She had polio. So this thing where they're saying, oh, disabilities, my grandmother was disabled. We caught the bus to the polling stations. She worked the voting stations. I don't buy it. If you guys believe in the system and you think it's that serious, show up. Don't talk about it, be about it. I yield my time.
Thank you. Keone.
The next testifier is Tara Malia Gregory, followed by Jennifer Cobb-One.
Aloha, can you hear me? I think I had some trouble with
Aloha.
audio last
Yes,
time.
no, you're good. You're good.
Okay, mahalo. So Tara Malia Gregory, I'm actually the 2026 candidate for City Council here in Honolulu for District 4. It's Hawaii Kai through Ainahaina, Kahala, and into Waikiki, and I talk to constituents daily, all day, every day, unless I'm on a 7-hour meeting like this, and they want fair elections. I'd like to speak on record regarding formal complaint 7D. At the heart of this issue is chain of custody, the legal responsibility to document every ballot from the moment it leaves the printer to the moment it is counted. Under HRS 11-91, both the chief elections officer and the county clerks are required to maintain complete records of ballots printed, distributed, spoiled, and returned. So not just the number, it's actually more than that. When USPS business reply mail receipts are missing, when counties can't verify delivery totals, and when certified reports don't reconcile, that's not a clerical error, it's a break in the chain of custody. So those same obligations exist under federal law, like I'll call him Peter B, explains in this complaint through the HAVA. Yes. Now, HAVA is the Help America Vote Act of 2002, for those who don't know. And I just want to reiterate, HAVA requires every state and county administering federal elections to preserve an auditable record of each ballot and apply uniform and transparent procedures for handling and counting those votes. So even if one county fails to track those ballots properly, the entire state is out of compliance with federal election standards and subject to federal review. So the county clerks in Hawaii, Maui, Kauai, and the city and county of Honolulu each have a federal obligation to retain USPS documentation or provide it to the public upon request. So failure to do so compromises not only transparency, but the integrity of the ballot chain itself. So this isn't a threat. I don't want anyone to feel like people are being threatened. This is just law. And I'm so grateful that we have some lawyers on the call because they know that this is law. And every single commissioner, each of you, is legally bound to uphold Hawaii's election statutes and federal HAVA requirements. This is not political, it's procedural. It's legal and it's constitutional. And let the record reflect, if this commission and the state refuses to act, the people, together with the federal courts, will continue to pursue accountability, with or without the participation of the Attorney General of the state of Hawaii. Mahalo for the time to speak.
The next testifier is Jennifer Cobbwan.
Hi, this is Jennifer Cobbwan, born and raised in Hawaii. Just wanted to reiterate some of the information that the new commissioners may have not caught up on. I don't know if you guys listened to any of the past recordings of the meetings, but this is going way back before even Chair Kushney was on the commission. So basically, there are no documented counts in Honolulu County. So I'm really grateful that Big Island and Kauai took it upon themselves to actually count the ballots received in Kauai County. What happens in Honolulu is they'll just open the box and they'll just dump all of our votes are just dumped in a trash can in public parks, and then they're opened up. They're dumped into another container. The container goes in the van, no counts. And then it goes to another location and it's picked up. And this is all at 8 o'clock at night. So I don't know how we're supposed to get an election where we get the actual counts on the same day, unless we go back to same day voting in precincts, because these ballots are being picked up all over the island, 8 o'clock at night, and they still have to go to signature verification. So the chain of custody is really poor. There's no observers and there's no forms that they fill out. They just open it up, dump it in the box, throw it in the van. We don't know where the van goes. The van could go to another location. You can throw some extra boxes in, you could take some out. Who knows? We have no chain of custody on those collection boxes. And if you think that every vote should not count, like, oh, it's okay if one vote is wrong. Oh, it's okay if another vote is wrong. Each vote is about minimum of $25,000 of Hawaii budget per vote on how the budget is spent. So it's important. One vote is important. The ballots also used to be numbered before. Now they're just printed out on a printer. What's up with that? We used to get ballots that were numbered, and we used to have a receipt after we finished voting. We need to go back to those practices so we can ensure one person, one vote. Back to Adriel Lamb's comment, his testimony about United States, Hawaii. That's one vote that voted by mail, and it's proven, and nobody wants to investigate that. That is the easiest thing to investigate, commission. Start there. We also had a precinct that had nine residents, but they received 16 votes. The commission back then refused to investigate that. And my own father voted by mail, and he had a traumatic brain injury. I couldn't get a verification of his signature on the envelope because they refused. So I just like to finish up my testimony by saying we need to go back to precinct voting, where chain of custody is clear and votes can be counted at the precinct level and reported in. I yield.
Then the next testifier is Michelle S.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Hello? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I just want to say, my name's Michelle Stefanik. I'm reside on the Big Island in Waikoloa Village. I was an official observer during the 2024 election and also helped during the primary election. Anyway, in regards to transparency, chain of records keeping track of everything. I can say as a observer, that is not always done, especially transparency. But when voting boxes came into the voting poll, they were counted in a back room by only 2 people. I was not allowed to go in there. The door was shut and told, no, I can't go in there. So how can I be assured that there is proper chain of custody of ballots when that's not being able to be observed, like it states on the state's website that it is? It's obviously not. It happened twice. The 2 times that I worked, it did not happen. So yeah, I'm extremely concerned with how this election commission is going. Today has been another crazy day, and I don't know how people how it goes about y'all even get put on the commission. I have no clue. I should probably research that myself, but anyway, if there's anything that can be done to eliminate, vote out the chair, who obviously has a bias towards some that he doesn't have towards others, I feel like that should happen. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and yield. I agree that we need a lot more transparency. We need a lot more. Yes. Oh, I also, let me just say, going back to Jamie Detweiler. I'm sorry, Jamie, if you're watching, I can't remember your last name, but everybody knows who I'm talking about. She's absolutely correct with everything that she was saying. We just want, like, there's questions. Answer the questions and show us the receipts. Like, maybe it's not the official quote unquote receipts, but show us the proof. And telling us that, oh, but we don't do it that way. We do it this way. And oh, but you can't see that. Only these people have access to that. That's not legitimate. Not at all. So anyway, okay, I yield. Bye.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu, followed by Joan Schwan.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you. We've gone over this chain of custody and the concerns. I know this earlier in the meeting, especially the PIG report, we talked about the BRMs, and there was reason why that couldn't be verified. So, it states that the SVRS is the way that the number of return envelopes are confirmed. So in my understanding, there should be 76,587 physically returned envelopes that the county reported that they scanned using the SVRS system. So these envelopes should be somewhere. And my question is, where are they? And can we count them and verify this count? Since we're not able to ask UPS, USPS for the BRMs, this would be an alternate way of confirming a paper trail. So if you refer to HRS 1642, which references electronic voting requirements, I read from there that it states that no electronic voting system shall be used in any election unless it generates a paper ballot or voter verifiable paper audit trail that may be inspected. And unless every paper ballot or voter verifiable paper audit trail is retained as the definitive record of the vote cast. So I understand there's, many HRS that deal with the voting system, and as even Commissioner Osterkamp has stated as an attorney, that it's very important to know the exact wording of a law, and sometimes it's not clearly stated. It's under interpretation. But I think if you look at what I just read, again, HRS 16-42, it clearly states a requirement regarding electronic voting requirements. And, you know, we're pushing mail-in ballots, which, you know, is either good or bad. But it only can be good if we can rely on the system. And if there's questions on the validity and accuracy of the system, then something is wrong. And that's what the Election Commission is tasked to do, is to find out and make sure that if it is in fact mail-in ballots and that's what we have, then it has to be solid. It has to be approved by a system that's verifiable. So I yield. Thank you again. I hope we can get to the bottom of these discrepancies. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Garnier-Chisu. The next testifier is Joan Schwan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think everybody on the commission as well as people in the public need to have an understanding of constitutionally protected speech. If everybody would look up Simon Campbell, and it is New York Times versus Sullivan, 1964. Simon Campbell makes a very good little video representation when he's talking to Pembury School Board about what constitutionally protected speech looks like, and it is required to not be silenced, not be deleted, not to be shoved under the carpet just because somebody has like a little bit of objection to it, or there's pearl clutching going on. Oh my goodness, what am I hearing? It is the people's constitutionally protected right to say what they have to say and it to be heard. Also, I'm going to just reiterate, one day in person, show your ID, sign the book. And people that can, absolutely need an exemption, that they would get that exemption, but the exemption would need to be verified, a verifiable, honest right to that exemption. Also, I think it's pretty much been proven that all of our elections going forward require an audit, full, complete audit, because nobody trusts the system anymore, and for good reason. So audit everything every single year, because it's proven that, we can't, you guys can't all be on the up and up in the elections commissions or the clerk's office or, what have you. There needs to be transparency, and nobody should be, appalled by the ask for transparency and people's involvement in such of a task. I guess that's it. Oh, well, wait, hold on. Let's see. No, I guess that's it. Oh, okay. I took my 91-year-old dad, who is a walker, down to vote, and that was doable. So nobody's excluding anybody from the voting process. That's just ridiculousness. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. That concludes our testimony for agenda item 7. Just want to notify the commissioners that Chair Curtis has lost connection. He should be with us shortly, though.
for the staff, does this commission have a vice chair?
No, no vice chair.
Can we make a motion to, I don't know, take a recess for 10 minutes?
Yeah,
So
of
we know when
course.
to come back.
Yes.
I'd like to motion to take a recess for 10 minutes so we know when to come back, and hopefully you'll be back on.
Okay, we'll put a timer for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, this is Mike. Sorry about the Hawaiian Tel bot. I can't hear anybody. It's Mike
Hi, Chair
on
Curtis.
cell phone.
Hi,
Hi.
Chair Curtis. We went on a 10-minute recess while we attempted to get you to
Uh-huh.
rejoin. So we're at
Oh,
minute
good.
8
Thank
right
you.
now.
Okay. Then I'll stay here and see how long we last.
Okay, thank you.
Recording in progress.
Chair Curtis, could I ask you to test the audio and video, please?
Okay, how we doing?
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Apologize for Hawaiian Tel. They've gone bad on me twice and both during these meetings. Did we have any other testimonies?
No, it's Chair. We just finished with the public testimony.
So I would ask
Could
Ralph.
we,
Right.
before we start on that, could we get a roll call
Yes,
since
please.
you're back?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Andrian,
Here.
Commissioner Apana,
Here.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes. Here.
Commissioner Cam still excused. Commissioner McAdam,
I'm here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
I'm here.
Commissioner Sabas.
I think he said he left at 1.
I still see him in the meeting though.
Oh.
Maybe excused for him. Chair Curtis.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
And we're done with testimonies.
Correct.
Then I would give Ralph the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So basically, how are we gonna show to the public that everything is on board? Because right now, what we have established is that all the records are electronic and nobody can see them. So there's concern that ballot box, drop box stuff is being monkeyed with. Does any other commissioners have any recommendations? You know, we threw out the recommendation to have the county clerks count the number of ballots that they collect at the drop box and from the post office. And that's kind of what everybody thinks that's happening. So is there any other recommendations to help the public be secure with what we're doing? Because right now, all we're doing is saying, trust the results. And if you don't trust the results, you're a conspiracy theorist.
We have.
So Mr. Apana, what's your recommendation? What could we do?
Regarding the chain of custody.
Yes, regarding the chain of custody. How can we assure the public that this stuff's not being monkeyed with? And we were thinking that the counties would have an independent record, but that's not true. So what is your recommendation for this?
Mr. Chair, do I speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Apana.
Okay, for the other commissioners, when I first came on board, I'm going to give you a little history that I heard about this commission, and my first reaction was, why would I want to do this work? And then I thought about it. I said, you know what? We owe it to the public to give them the best system we can. Is it walk-in? Is it mail-in? Whatever we choose, we need to give them the best system we can. So one of the first things I did was I went to my county clerk's office and I said, these are all the things that are being said out there. You know, I need to reassure the public it's worth their time to go and vote. That's how we're going to get the vote count up. And we sat down, we strategized things of what could be done. Nothing is finalized. And we agreed to meet in a couple of weeks after we sit down and think about how we can better make the system. So I just want to say I'm working with my county clerk to see how we can better the system. I did ask them things about collections, and they said what we do is there's like a plastic bag, they zip tie it with some kind of a seal, and it's safe. And I said, what if we get observers to watch you seal the bag and follow the car behind? And my county clerk from Maui said, that works for us if that's what they want to do. And I said, oh, there's allegations of they cannot go into room, they locked out. And she said, Kimo, as a commissioner, you want to be in any room, be my guest. So I think they are on board. They too want to make it the best for the public. I don't see we having much issues. We just need to first we need to know what we want to check. And then we see how we're going to get it done. That's to come. I think earlier there were suggestions to have these printouts given to us daily. One of I forgot who was that said Honolulu uses machine. The numbers are just huge for them. So I voted no because it's impractical. unless we give them the resources. At this time, we have not offered them any resources for our needs. They said the printouts are done daily, so we just need to have the county clerk send it to the commission. It's no new additional work. These things we can do to better the system, to give more confidence to the public. And that is why one of our commissioners said, you know, we grumble about, did it happen this way or that way? We asked the ledge to do an audit, and that should put that to rest one way or the other. But our goal is to make the system the best we can. So like Commissioner Sabah said, let's move on and make what we got even better so that we have even higher turnout because people feel their vote counts. And that's where I'm at right now with this commission, that I want to work on making the system better, tighter, whatever you want to call it. But the integrity is there for the public to say, okay, good enough. Nothing is perfect. I understand that. But we got to get perfect as our goal and get to it as close as we can. And that's where I'm at. I hope that helps you, Commissioner. That's it,
So,
Chair.
yeah, so daily.
Excuse me. So the outcome of that was that the Maui County Clerk was willing to generate reports of ballots received daily.
No, that was today's meeting. They do it regularly. We were told by, I think, Mr. Nago that they do it on a daily basis. So we just need to ask them for that.
And
we have asked.
The information is available to us. There's another component to this, and there's a law enforcement officer shared with me that the approach determines the outcome. When you approach the county clerk asking for understanding, you get it. If you approach the county clerk accusing them of fraud, you're not going to get a whole lot of cooperation. And I think that's where Ralph was coming from. He doesn't get cooperation voluntarily from the clerks because he's insulted them. But I think the information is available. And according to the Maui clerk, it's available daily and can be given to us. Is that our understanding, Mr. Apana?
No, it was Mr. Nago, I believe, that said the county does a daily count. I did not know they do a daily count. But they must, I mean, if they get the bag at night, I don't think they're going to count it by midnight. They might do it the next working day. But they collect it at night because that's the end of the day.
Yeah.
So
Sure, I'd like to be recognized.
I want to be clear what I'm saying.
Okay, Ralph, go ahead.
So you're just telling me that I'm insulting the county clerks.
You
All I've
accused
asked
them of fraud to their face.
I'm talking, Chair, I'm talking. All I've asked for is the chain of custody documentation. When I was given the documentation and I compared it to the state's documentation, I simply asked them, how come it didn't add up? Then I started getting attitude from them because their numbers didn't add up to Nago's numbers. And that's the problem. There's a big disconnect going on. And how do we get that? The public knows that. I'm presenting counting records and we're comparing it to state records. There's a huge disconnect. So how do we make the public feel at ease with these disconnects? And daily records, I think, is essential. They need to be posted online daily. We got this many ballots, and however you want to do it, that's fine, but we should get those daily numbers. Getting a printout at the end of the election is not acceptable because nobody knows what's happening. So, but we got to move this along quickly because we're running out the clock. The next election is going to come on. We started this conversation in January of 2024, and I brought testimony from the county clerks. I brought emails that they're saying there was no law requiring them to do this, and we started talking about it. Here we are 2 years later, and we haven't established anything, and that's a testament to your lack of leadership, Curtis. that this hasn't been resolved yet, because we've been discussing it, and you mute people, you talk over them, and nothing gets done. So the other, Mr. Osterkamp, what is your idea?
Wait.
You're
speaking. What do you got to say?
I'm speaking, so I'm asking him for his ideas on
It's
how
not a discussion. You have the floor to speak.
I'm asking when Mr. Osterkamp speaks, I'm asking that he let us know his ideas to put to rest this issue, that there's a discrepancy between the numbers, and how we can solve this for upcoming election. How would we do it except for just saying trust the results?
I would ask Mr. Sabas if he has any input on how we can resolve this and get the numbers from the clerks on their daily ballot count. Any ideas, Mr. Sabas?
Wow. I'm a simpleton, you know. I'm originally from Molokai, and my honorable mayor Apana there, he and I go way back, and we think alike oftentimes, because we come from a rural area like Molokai and Kaolui, and yet we don't always agree. You know, as you've seen so far in the last couple meetings, we don't always vote the same way because we have our own, you know, perspectives on things. But being a simpleton, I'm just thinking out, is it possible for someone like Ralph and even myself or anyone else to go out there to the county clerk's offices and establish some kind of relationship with them, you know, so we can better understand how they operate? I don't know if that would be some kind of violation of some sunshine rule or not, but I think we need to take some immediate steps to at least bridge this misunderstandings that's out there, you know, and you know, I'd be willing to do it, and you know, and it sounds like Mayor Apana, he has relationships in Maui County, but I think we need to bridge some of that on Kauai, on the Big Island. I think this commission, most of the public out there, they see us via Zoom and reading about us in the media, but perhaps maybe we personalizing it a little bit more and getting out there and seeing for ourselves how it works and hearing from the people on the ground, the staff. You know, I plan on going out and meeting our elections commission people out in Pearl City, you know, one of these days, just walking in and introducing myself, you know, because I commend them for all the work they do and the abuse they're taking, you know, and all of you, you know, the abuse that you're taking. This is just my second meeting, my third meeting, but you know, the criticisms that have been laid upon all of us, you know, some of it is unfounded and I don't think deserving. I think we all are here because we do care and we want to see improvements and we want to make sure that this is done right. Otherwise, we wouldn't be spending this time. None of us are getting paid, you know, to do what we're doing. So anyway, that would be my suggestion, and I'd be willing to jump on a plane at my own expense and go to any of the neighbor islands and introduce myself as a commissioner and talk with these people and find out really what's going on. What's going on in these offices, and how can we make it better so that by the next election, maybe we'll have just some basic fundamental, you know, improvements in the process, in the system, that the people will, you know, have a better feel for it. That's my money.
Thank
Mahalo.
you. I've seen some of these legislative committees have reports from different department heads. Perhaps we could ask for the attendance of each of the 4 county clerks and ask them how they count the ballots received and how we can receive those reports accurately, timely.
Chair, since I was asked, may I speak on this as well?
Yes, please, Jeffrey.
So I would propose that Commissioners Sabas, Apana, and since she's not here, Camp, perhaps form a subcommittee or the equivalent of that to look into some of these things. All 3 of them have indicated a willingness, and an understanding of the issues sufficient, I think, to make some progress. Perhaps, as you say, meet with the 4 clerks and provide us with some recommendations.
A committee of 4 is not.
No, a committee of 3.
Or a committee of 4 is possible.
Well, possible, yeah, but I was only proposing the 3 of them, not a 4th.
And I was figuring 1 per island because you got 4 clerks. And perhaps a pig with 4 different islands approaching the clerks, asking them that question. How do you count the votes and how do you report them? And how can we do this so that the public and the commission is informed of the vote count in and disqualified and out? So a daily report of the ballots received, as well as the ones invalidated because of lack of signature or whatever. And perhaps we could form another pig for that effect. Miss McAdam. Claire.
Sorry, yeah. I just wanted to mention also, I think when Commissioner Young was still on the commission, a while ago, he proposed a motion, which I think passed, which was to ask the legislature if they would form some kind of bipartisan committee to then, look into this. I believe that the Ledge obviously has more resources. With this, as the commission, we don't have those resources. I'm just thinking about commissioners' airfares for one, but the Ledge has more resources, and if they feel that they're, and I'm sure that they want to make and they're in a position of being able to amend the law as regards to how voting is done in the state. But they may have resources to perhaps even employ independent parties to look at, say, how other states manage voting. And I'm not saying that I don't think that we shouldn't have an ad hoc committee at all, but I think it may be a good 2-pronged approach, and it may be where we can actually have some funds behind it to obtain some really decent research that would be independent, perhaps even of the state. So I just want to put that in there, just to remind you that there was a motion that passed a while ago that suggested that, and maybe we could put some meat behind trying to get that one looked at more closely.
We did ask the legislature to form a bipartisan committee to look at the election laws that may need to be upgraded to make mail-in voting more consistent.
And did we hear anything back?
Haven't heard anything back from the Ledge. We should.
It might be a good time just to poke them a little bit on that, just to see if there's any interest there.
Yeah, there was, Scott, there was the letter to the Ledge asking for a bipartisan committee to look at election laws and what may need to be upgraded to bring consistency in the elections.
We
can resend that again. Ms. Papalimu. Kahiolani, you have your hand up?
I do. I'm sorry. I was muted because kids. I would like to say thank you to Scott because he did answer our question that you can pull a form every day. And so really, that's all we need. If he can let the county clerks know to pull that form every day, and they can even just email it into the commission for you to share or post. I think that's the easiest way to do it. I did not realize that we could pull a daily form from this monstrosity that handles all of this. And so I think that's a really good way to do it. Number 2, they're familiar with me down at the, I've sat with John Hendricks before prior to this commission stance position. And number 3, we have laws that they were very clearly stated from just the lady a few moments ago that are already in existence. And I think the difficulty we're having is getting the law followed. So how do we do that? And I think we need to find someone who's interested in following the law. That's my perspective. When we're sitting here and the AG tells us it's the law and the commission still votes against it, we are sending a clear signal to those we oversee or have oversight over that it's okay to break the law. And so I have a real problem with that. Because we're setting that example. And we did it clearly and loudly and publicly. So how do we ensure that the law is followed by those who are in charge of it? And how do we make, how do we have the person in charge understand that he is accountable also for the clerk offices when it comes to elections? So I think this is where we're getting stuck. This is what's happening, is there is the law. The law is very clear. Federal law is clear. State law is clear. We're not following the law. Apparently the commission thinks that's okay not to follow the law. So nobody else would think there would be a problem. And I think that's what we need to fix. That's what we need to fix. I will never vote to break the law.
Mhm.
I don't care what an AG tells me.
Thank you.
Thank
Ralph? Ralph, you had a motion or something?
I move to resend that letter to the legislature, and then I hope we can form a pig. I'm in favor of having a pig formed, and you guys can go talk to the county clerks to figure out a solution. But we should get a daily count of how many ballots they collect, and we have not gotten that, even though we're told that that happens. Somebody send it to me. I have not seen a daily count of how many ballots the clerks have collected, the county records. They do not keep records in the SVRS. Scott Nago keeps all those records. So I've requested those through UIPA requests, and the counties say they don't keep any records in the SVRS. So somehow, if you guys can form a pig, go meet with them and get a solution. I'm all for it.
Other discussion or motions?
So the motion was to, well, let's make a motion to form a pig to meet with the clerks to figure out a solution to this chain of custody.
And the reporting, the counting and the reporting of ballots received daily. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Hi, Chair. Sorry, before a vote's taken on that, I think I should note that.
Okay, let's wait for a second. Is there a second to the motion?
I second.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. AG.
Before any pig is formed, it needs to be put on a agendized meeting notice. So we can't form a pig without it being agendized first. There was no formation of a pig placed on this agenda. So if we do intend to vote on creating a pig and putting pig members and defining their roles, that needs to be placed on a public agenda so that members of the public have an opportunity to comment on the formation of that pig. So I would suggest that being placed on the next agenda.
Thank you. I would suggest that this chain of custody allows us to act on chain of custody to include establishing a pig.
I think we can do that now, and then.
And that's my opinion as well, because we're talking about chain of custody. Addressing the chain of custody in the form of forming a pig is addressing the chain of custody that's been on the agenda item 7.
Chair, but I would just state that, it's one thing to discuss these chain of custody complaints, but to take further action by creating a pig, that's a different matter that should be agendized. That, again, members of the public should be given notice of that.
Can you read the law you're looking at?
Well, it's about pigs, but
it's
the
law on pigs are HRS 92, and I can pull it up if you like. HRS 92, I believe it's 2.5, but I don't want to.
Okay, and we are enabled to add major agenda items with a vote of 6 commissioners.
That's only if the item is not of significant general importance to the public. Given the breadth of this, I would think it's at least arguable that this is that this affects the public. It's my recommendation that if there's a pig is going to be formed, it should be placed on an agenda and at the next meeting. And it's HRS 92 2.5B relating to pigs, and this explains the process of forming a pig.
What number, please, so I can look it up?
It's a HRS 92-2.5B, and this explains the process of creating a pig. And that includes 3 meetings, 1 to form the pig, 1 for the pig to present its findings and conclusions, and the third.
Okay, so this is the meeting to form the pig.
It hasn't been agendized. That forming the pig is not.
That's the point.
This is the meeting to form the pig.
Well, that's my recommendation to comply with the Sunshine Law is to place this on an agenda at the next board meeting.
Thank you.
You're trying to run the clock out before the next election is what you're doing.
No, that's
Ralph,
not what he's
wait,
doing. Stop
wait,
violating Robert's Rules of Order and
Jeffrey,
attacking people's
Ralph,
motivations.
please. So, with no other formal action on these chain of custody, I would suggest, to be conservative, we put this on the next agenda, and it will be on the next agenda to form a pig to talk to the clerks regarding resolving this chain of custody issue.
Yeah,
We can do that. We can do that at the next meeting. If this motion is voted down, if we vote on this motion, it's contrary to AG advice. Other discussion on the motion to form a pig.
Can you give me the statute that you were referencing, please?
Yes, that's HRS section 92-2.5.
Other discussion on the motion.
Nobody second.
No, it was seconded.
It was seconded by Sabas. I'm sorry.
Sabas.
Sabas. There we go.
I'm sorry.
We're getting there. We're getting
there.
Could someone explain the motion to me?
The motion was to form a pig to talk to the clerks to see how we could get accurate reports of their ballot receipts on a daily basis.
Didn't the AG just tell us that we should publish it, that's our intention to meet the Sunshine Law?
That's right. So we should probably vote this down and put it on the next to be in compliant with AG advice.
Yeah.
But the motion on the floor is to form a pig to talk to the clerks.
Okay, got it. Got
So
it.
Chair,
before we
just
go
to be
forward,
clear,
Dylan.
sorry, just to be clear, if we vote this down now, it doesn't impede us from putting it on the agenda. You're saying you will put it on.
I'm going to
the
put it
next
on the agenda because it is an important issue that we need to resolve.
Okay.
Ralph, you had something?
Yeah, I'm looking at the statute, and I would like him to point me to the specific area that it has to be noticed to form a pig. And I'd like him to point it to me. I have it right here, and I don't see where he's saying it's got to be noticed.
To get on the agenda, that's what he's saying. It has
I know,
to be
but
noticed on the agenda for the public.
Where on 92.5 does it say that?
I'll
It
point
says
to
it somewhere else,
92. It's not 92.5, it's 92-2.5. And then I'd also read that in correlation with HRS 92.7, which is our notice statute that requires items to be placed on the agenda.
Ralph, be quiet, please.
What section?
Mr. AG, you were explaining?
If I were to cite to statutes, it would be to HRS section 92-2.5 and HRS 92-7. I would also note that OIP has published an opinion that that clearly sets forth the procedures to creating a pig. And I would also point to to the intent of the Sunshine Law, which is to allow the public to meaningfully provide input on commission business.
So any other discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Apana.
I think Dylan has a good comment that if we vote no, we might be locked in not being able to vote yes. So it would be easier and cleaner if the maker of the motion just withdraws, whoever that person was. Does staff know who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Commissioner Kushner made the motion.
Would
Could
you
you tell
withdraw
me
so that it's clean?
what letter, could you read it out of the statute? You're making general. Where does it say that you have to have notice to form a pig?
There is no law that expressly states you need notice to put a pig on, but what our sunshine law collectively holds is that for a board to rule on any action, it needs to be placed on an agenda. On today's agenda, there is no formation of pig that was placed on the agenda. Given the intent of the sunshine law to allow for public participation, it's my recommendation, based on my interpretation of the law and as well as guidance from OIP, that we place this on agenda so that members of the public be allowed to testify on this.
Okay, so let me ask a question.
It'll be on the next agenda, I promise.
When's our next meeting?
I want to establish this because I don't feel we're getting good representation.
And Mr.
You're saying that it has
that if we vote it down, it won't come back. It will come back.
I understand that. The pig, we're just voting to form a pig. We're not voting on anything else except forming a group to do an investigation. When that group comes back, that will be a duly noticed meeting to present their report. And then the next one is a duly noticed meeting to act on the report. I don't know why you need to have a duly noticed meeting to get a pig formed. And the next two steps is when the public participation comes in, and those are two duly noticed meetings.
Is there any other discussion? I would ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
No.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam is still excused. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
I'm going to abstain because I'm not a fan of the AG recommendations.
okay. Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
No.
the motion does not pass.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on item 7?
I make a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Ms. Papalimu.
I make a motion that we include on next meeting's agenda the formation of a pig to meet with the county clerks in order to reconcile chain of custody and daily reports.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who made the second?
Sabas.
Sabas. Discussion. That means the motion was to put the formation of a pig on the next agenda regarding these chain of custody that we've been discussing for the last year.
Chair.
Yes, Jeffrey.
So seems like we're not being precise as to what the group would actually be looking into. What Commissioner Papalimu said was chain of custody and daily reports. And then when you repeated it, you said chain of custody and you didn't mention daily reports. And I think that's an important distinction. Another distinction is when we were discussing it before, I thought it was more along the lines of perhaps a more open-ended situation where the members of the PIC would be meeting with the county clerks to see how the system as a whole can be improved. But if we start mandating things like daily reports, I'm going to vote against it because I don't think that we should be coming in with conclusions as to what they should do. We should be viewing this as asking the questions and giving our PIG members the right to go in the direction that they see fit.
The formation of
getting
PIG
it on the
at
agenda.
the next meeting will include the definitions and empowerment that we're authorizing this PIG to pursue. Right now, we're not defining the PIG at all. We're just going to put it on the next agenda and making sure that it's on the agenda. That's the motion. There's defining the PIG is not today's problem. Putting it on the agenda for next meeting is what this motion is. At that meeting, we'll be able to define this PIG. Right now, defining the PIG is premature. We don't have a PIG suggested yet, just that it go on the agenda for the next meeting. That's the motion. Ms. McAdam.
Yeah, I just want to say, can we remove the word reconcile, because that looks like it's looking to the past, and I thought the whole purpose of this was moving forward.
Okay.
So I don't like that word in there.
Okay, so the motion was to form, could we have in chat the motion to put on the agenda at the next meeting to form a PIG to look at the
To
chain
work
of
with the
custody?
county clerks
Yes,
in
so
regards to chain of custody and daily reports.
Okay, let's leave it right there and then allow the next meeting to define the PIG definitively as much as we can. Ralph, you had your hand up?
Yeah, sorry.
Claire, you got your hand up? Any other discussion
Sorry, I'll
on
take it
putting
down.
a PIG on next meeting's agenda?
Yes.
Yes,
So
Jeffrey?
we're back to chain of custody and daily reports, which is what I thought we just said that we're not doing. I mean, what is it that we are going to be asking the PIG to do?
We'll
What are we
discuss
putting
that
on
at the
agenda?
next meeting that the PIG's being considered. Right now, we can't consider a PIG. We'll consider it at the next meeting, and this motion is to make sure that it's on the agenda.
But what, for what? What is going to be on the agenda? It's not just going to say PIG. It's going to say something specific about what that PIG.
Form a PIG addressing item 7, which addresses the chain of custody. And Mr. Apana's suggestion of working with the clerks is behind the scenes right now. We'll bring it up at the next meeting when we do define this PIG, whatever it looks like. Right now, we're not doing definitions of the PIG, other than that it's going on next month's agenda relating back to this item 7 format with chain of custody. We can get into the definitions when we form the PIG. Right now, we're just putting it on the agenda. The question is putting it on the agenda, and I would suggest we put it on the agenda. Other discussion? Would ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam excused, Commissioner McAdam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Are there any other items on item 7 of the last agenda that you would like to discuss? Mr. Osterkamp.
Okay.
Your hand's up.
That was from before.
Oh, sorry. Dylan.
Chair, I really appreciated the testimony and the formal complaint filed by Mr. Peter B, so I don't mess up his last name. I'd also like to make a motion that we agendize forming a PIG to investigate HAVA violations.
Second.
Discussion?
Wait.
I was very impressed by his complaint that he has filed with the commission, and it is the commission's responsibility to look into and investigate these things. So I think that is appropriate to put that on the agenda for next meeting.
That's item 7D.
Oh.
D.
Delta. Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
I hope people take the time, including those who seem to be fanboys of Mr. Vernager, to Google him, see what he's done in Wisconsin. First thing that comes up is the fact that he's brought at least 18 lawsuits against election clerks in Wisconsin. And he's been relentlessly promoting his litigation and circulating false claims about election fraud in that state. I'm just reading what the newspaper article says. I'm not saying it's true, but this is what the newspaper article says. He faces criminal charges, it says, for allegedly falsifying a subpoena in connection with a lawsuit against Wisconsin's top elections official. And he's drained election offices of already limited resources and stoked mistrust in the electoral process in his years-long quest to uncover election fraud. So if this is what the Elections Commission wants to do, if you want to go down this road, that's what you can expect.
Thank
Or
you.
maybe
Other
that's what we can avoid.
Other discussion?
I don't know
Chair,
what, oh, sorry.
Raise your hand,
I'll
please.
I'll let Kim.
I don't know what the motion was. Was to add to the pig
No, this is a separate pig
or another pig?
to investigate 7D Delta, the HAVA complaints. Ralph, you had your hand up?
Yes, Chair.
Yep.
So what Peter said was that he's noticed the Office of Elections and they're, according to HAVA, you're supposed to have a hearing. And he's telling us that now, since the Office of Elections has just dismissed that the Elections Commission is on the hook for this. So I think we should check it out. I have no idea. But I think we should look into the federal law and find out if what he's telling us is true. And if it's conspiracy theory, like Mr. Osterkamp says, then we can say nothing to see here. But I think we should look into whether or not it's HAVA violations are happening.
Other discussion on forming a second pig? Yes, Mr. Apana.
Chair, I'll just make a.
Oh, do I speak?
Yep, Mr. Apana.
Mr. Chair, I'll be voting no, and I tell you what I'd like instead. I'd rather you have write a letter to the AG to get some basic knowledge of what's going on, because I really don't know much about this. I don't want to expose us for any reason unnecessary. And I think letting the AG explain it to me and others before we jump off into something we know very little of. That's my feeling.
Thank you. Dylan.
I just wanted to make a final comment. I think disparaging a public member who was bold enough to come and testify and sharing things that you find online. I would just ask the rest of the commission to consider his complaint on that merit alone and not on any history that was shared on Peter. I think this is something we can still form a pig on and is worth investigating based on the complaint.
Thank you. Ralph.
Yes, Chair. I'd like to amend the motion, and I like Mr. Apana's. Let's ask for a written opinion from the Deputy Attorney General on whether or not we should be addressing this HAVA complaint within 2 weeks and before
a second
commission.
Is there a second to the amendment to the motion?
I mean, you making an amendment to the motion?
It's a honing motion, it sounds like.
Because the motion is to make a pig.
Okay, well, I'm in support of asking the AG to give us a written opinion before we do a pig. So however we want to do that. Just like what Mr. Apana said.
Then let's take a vote on the motion for the pig regarding 7D Delta.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
No.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Cam excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
I'm sorry, I'm confused at what the motion is again.
To form a pig looking into 7D on your agenda, Mr. Peters' HAVA complaint.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes.
yes. Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion
Ralph,
does not pass.
Ralph, you had a second motion there?
Yes, I move to get an opinion from the Deputy Attorney General on whether this HAVA complaint has merit or not.
Second.
Is there a second? Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So I think getting this in writing from the Attorney General, so we can see if we need to form a PIG on this before the next meeting would be great. And the Attorney General can direct us on whether or not we need to.
Oh,
form
that's
a
the
PIG.
wrong one. That's why your brother has yours on.
Ms. Papalimo, please mute yourself. The motion on the floor, what was motion, Ralph? To ask the Attorney General for a written opinion.
A written
regarding-
opinion within 2 weeks on whether or not this HAVA complaint has merit.
And there was a second.
Yes.
Who seconded it?
Dylan.
Mr.
I
Apana.
second it.
Okay,
Either
Dylan.
one.
Dylan seconded it then.
Whatever.
Discussion.
Hi, Chair.
Yes,
Chair,
Ms.
sorry.
McAdam.
Yeah, can we remove the time limit, please? I think that's superfluous.
Yeah, I don't think the time limit has any teeth, but that's okay. So the time limit was 14 days. We don't dictate behavior. If we get it in 14 days, great, is at least it's before the next commission meeting. But the motion is within 14 days. We can ask the Attorney General for a written opinion on 7 Delta within 14 days. That's the motion. Yeah?
Yes.
Further discussion? Would ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam, excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No, I'm not.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu.
Can't hurt, yes.
Yes, you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Any other discussion or motions on item 7 on the agenda? Chain of custody complaints. Hearing none, we're done with our agenda.
No, you had, no. That was 7 on the.
Item 7. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about that specific item. So on B, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to refer Doug Pasnick's complaint to the Attorney General for investigation.
Does
Second.
the Attorney General would investigate this?
Yes.
Easy.
Mr. Attorney General, do you do that? You do that stuff, yeah?
It's not the Deputy Attorney General, the Attorney General.
Okay, it's been moved that the Attorney General, what was that? Investigate item 7B as in boy, Mr. Pasnick's complaint. Yeah.
Yes.
There was a second?
Yes, Dylan did.
Dylan, you seconded that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Discussion. Ralph, you got your hand up?
Yes, Chair. These are serious allegations, and I don't think the commission really understands what he's alleging here. And again, why not have the Attorney General look at this and see if it has merit or not? And then we don't have to try to form a PIG and figure it out. Just send it to the Attorney General and say, can you please advise us if this has any merit or not?
Other discussion? So we'll have a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
And wait. The motion is to ask the Attorney General the merits of 7B as in boy, Mr. Pasnick complaint.
Yes.
yes.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
I'm still reading what his complaints are. Can you go to the next one?
okay, we will come back to you. Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam, excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis,
Yes.
and Commissioner Opana.
Yes, then.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Anything else on agenda item 7?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I move to subpoena, I move to request from the Hawaii County the wet envelope images when the envelopes were signature verified. Do we have a second?
There is a second requesting the Hawaii clerk for the images of the envelope signatures.
I'll second for discussion.
Ralph, go ahead.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out where these envelopes came from, and during the signature verification, they take pictures of all of the envelopes. So what I'm asking for is to release the pictures of the envelopes, and we can see if they came through the mail or not. So that's a pretty simple ask. We can get the images, anything that's on the envelope that I believe everything's public information because the outside of the envelope is put in the mail. So that should all be public information, and we can get the images, we can analyze them, and we can see if the envelopes came through the mail or not, because that's a huge thing that we're trying to figure out. So this would be pretty simple. We're just talking about images, emailing them over, we can analyze it. So I hope everybody votes yes on this.
You mentioned signature verification. That's not visible on the is that visible on the mail-in or when you pull it out?
We know nothing about signature verification. I'm just asking for pictures of the envelopes because
Okay, you mentioned picture of it. Okay. Other discussion? Would call for the vote.
I feel like we go through this mountain all the time, but we do have subpoena power as a commission as it relates to a matter like this, or does it have to come out as a result of?
We have to ask duly notice to get we have to ask for a, what you call it? What is the attorney? What do we have to do to get subpoena power?
So the only subpoena powers that the commission has is connected to its ability to hold evidentiary hearings to collect evidence in relation to their investigations.
So I'm saying let's just ask for the county of Kauai to give us those images, or we can vote to have an evidentiary hearing to get the pictures of the envelopes.
That was for Kauai or Hawaii? I originally heard Hawaii.
The Big Island, the county of Hawaii.
Yeah, and you just mentioned Kauai. So to be clear, it's the Big Island images that you're asking for.
Correct.
Okay. Other discussion?
Are we changing the language of the motion? So we're just requesting.
We're requesting.
Okay.
Discussion? Would I ask for a roll call?
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana,
That's a no.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
I'm gonna do a yes on that. I think that a lot, and it'll help us move forward if we do have to do an investigative hearing.
okay. Commissioner Sabas,
Abstain.
Chair Curtis,
No.
the motion does not pass.
Are there other actions on agenda item 7?
I'm sorry, grandbabies are just getting a little too restless at this point. Thank you all very much.
So hearing nothing else on item 7, we'll adjourn.
Question.
Thank you.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
sir.
one question. When, how is it determined when we have our meetings?
It's kind of at the discretion of the chair. I decided not to have it the day before Thanksgiving, but the following week, as well as Christmas the following week. So I'd like to have it the first Wednesday after Thanksgiving and the first Wednesday after Christmas. Well, after the New Year's. So it'd be January, let me see. Normally it's the last Wednesday of the month. This month it's Thanksgiving, and that's not appropriate, so we'll hold it the week after. The following one is Christmas and New Year's, so we'll have it the first Wednesday of January.
Okay, so normally,
Otherwise, the last Wednesday of the month is kind of how we've been doing it, but it's kind of up to the chair. What would you like me to do?
no, I just needed to find out, if there's a regular method to all of this, and I think you pretty much explained it, so thank you.
The last Wednesday of the month at 10 o'clock, with the exception of the next 2 months, because Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jaden.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.